garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Babbel proudly presents the Sheep Cheese Fiasco.
Cute market. Ooh, cheese. Let's get cheese. Cheese, cheese, cheese. Hola. Quiero una oveja. Pequeñita.
¿Una oveja pequeñita?
Sí.
Bueno, pues tengo como 20.
Oh, no. But they're cute.
Don't let your Spanish fool you. Avoid bringing home the farm with Babbel, the award-winning language learning app.
Can you make us some cheese, please? Oh, cheese. You're not cheese.
Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will have you speaking conversationally in as little as 3 weeks.
Yes. Oh, you're so sweet.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's 50% off at BABBEL.com.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Join WPHT and Nick Hale in supporting the 39th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour, Sunday, July 26th. Ride 10, 30 miles, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's shore.org, promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for the families of fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
I finished a 5K in 94th place, right after a man wearing jeans. They still gave me a medal. I don't want a reward for doing, I want a reward for dominating. Like Daily Prize Matcher on Bet365. I play for free and win real rewards, like up to $5,000 in cash weekly. Unlike that joker in denim. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically present in New Jersey and Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step. Diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion. Just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple. Leave knowing you made the right decision. Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. Linseek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. Lenseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Now you...
Dress, Woody.
It's called a poncho, Forky.
Whoa! Someone needs a brown marker.
Halt! Who goes there? Whoa, whoa, whoa! I come in peace?
It's been too long, cowboy.
What are you, some sort of old man toy?
What?
She thinks you're old because you're bald, Woody.
Bonnie needs help from someone at least from the same century. So long, toys.
We're gonna need backup. Way.
So over the weekend, I told you, my family, our whole clan, we went to see Toy Story 5. Awesome movie, a huge hit at the box office. And the premise is just so perfect for what so many of us are facing right now, and even a local school battle. And that is this battle to get the devices away from our kids and restore real play, imagination, and also in school to get to pencils and paper and learning, right? That brings me to my next guest, who is living that battle because the Lower Merion School Board had voted, I had reported this, to repeal its previous tech policy, establishing a new framework, removing assigned devices for K-2 students, and then restricting some devices to the classroom. This has been a battle. I want to welcome in Yair Lev, a founder of Pencils Over Pixels, and recently penned a piece in the Wall Street Journal, A Parent Uprising Against Screen Time at School. Good for you in your battle. So good to have you here. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you, Dawn, for having me.
Absolutely. By the way, have you seen, because you have little kids obviously in school, have you seen Toy Story yet?
Well, we're actually planning on seeing it in the next few days. We haven't watched it yet, but I heard amazing things about it.
Yeah, highly recommended, especially given what you've been through, because that's the whole premise, that kids, socialization, learning, all of that, that they're on the technology. So take me through it as far as I have been covering this in news, but your battle with Lower Merion School Board and as well as other parents being very upset about this. So first of all, tell me a little bit about your battle and about Pencils Over Pixels.
So thank you, Don, for the opportunity again. So I think that, it's definitely not me. There's no leaders or any specific people. This is a movement of dozens and hundreds of parents. We started this in terms of, really a national effort in the last maybe couple of years, but definitely more so in the last 6 months, of recognizing that play and children face-to-face with the teachers is something that is so essential. And very frequently, the electronic devices, the iPads, the Chromebooks, the phones are really harmful in the development and happy childhood. So, we initially focused our attention on phones and not having phones in school, because many parents are really believing in reality, they don't give their kids until very late on a smartphone, and they're really restricting phones and, any screens at home. But we have learned that there's so many screens in the schools. And by the way, this is not only our district of Lower Merion. This is really a huge problem nationally that is driven by billion and billion of dollar tech ed industry. And all that what we're seeing is, the more we're learning about this, is that there's really no evidence that learning math, for example, or social sciences in any way beneficial, more so than the regular traditional teacher-led, pen and paper and textbook methods of teaching. But what we do see is that there's a lot of harms. Cognitive impairment. It's truly really learning. There's more and more scientific evidence that is showing that there's less of an active development of the brain the more screens are exposed to us. But there's also a matter of distraction, a digital wall between the kids and the parents, inappropriate. I mean, we all hear about the pornography that the kids are being exposed to, and multiple other issues, including dangerous, violent games, interaction with pedophiles, and much more. So because of this, we really are trying to reduce, not eliminate, but reduce the technology in schools and focus more on a healthy balance of using technology to learn about technology, about the digital world, about certain, maybe robotics, about certain coding, but not in the way that is deployed right now in the school districts.
Yeah, and I just want to give pensilsoverpixels.org is your site, and on there you have all kinds of user-friendly information because I have a lot of moms, especially I know who I interact with and see, and I know that they will love this site, pensilsoverpixels.org. But you put on there 6+ hours a day the kids spend on screens already. Almost 42% of United States children now nearsighted. And you have all those different stats. But you also talk about empowering the educators. So this is pro-teacher and spending time with a human being, that human connection. And that's a piece of it. And that's why I brought up Toy Story, because there's a human connection that is lost here. And that also, I think, is supersized for our area because of what we went through with the shutdowns, with the pandemic. Would you agree?
I would agree with that. And there is some unfortunate, realities within all of this. I mean, this is truly a multi-billion, multi-trillion industry in terms of pushing the technology for children. For them, it's not education. It's basically a product. And they are data mining everything from our kids, and they're making huge amounts of money. Again, there's no benefits that we see with all of this that is happening. So I think that the COVID certainly was needed to use technology because the schools were shut down, but the hope was that it's going to decline and go back to teacher-led education, and yet this continued and even has worsened since then. So first of all, in regards to what you said that you know a lot of mothers, and I would say anybody who's interested in joining our movement, especially in Lower Merion, are welcome to look at this website. We have petitions, we have information, we have a WhatsApp group that is being formed, that we do a lot of work together. But to your point of teachers, and this is something that I tell you and it hurts me, the educators in our district, in Lower Merion, but I can tell you also that this is very prevalent in other public districts, are being silenced. And what I mean by that is I personally, in the work in the last year that I've been doing, I have talked to well over 10 teachers and principals and other educators from the district. And what I hear is very different from the narrative of the leadership of the school district. The leadership of the district is education technology is fine, teach math. I mean, my daughter was basically in second grade and she was nonstop on the computer during this school year, despite the amazing teachers, learning how much is 2 + 7 on math. Whereas my son, who's 2 years younger than her, is doing in his head math like 137 + 29. So it's really not helpful. It's really not helpful for her education. And yet we see that many of the teachers and principals have talked to me and to other parents and raised the concerns that we have to go back, that the education technology really is distracting. The second that the kid is looking at the screen, and I've noticed that with my kids, they are basically gone. There's no more, they're like in a different reality. And this is so different than the amazing connection that they have with the teachers. And yet the problem is that the teachers and the educators are silenced. And when you see the board meetings and the emails and everything that is coming from the district, the one voice that is missing again and again is the voice of the teachers. And that is because they're afraid of retaliation. They need to respect the decision of the supreme leadership of the district to do exactly what they are told. And this is wrong, because I'm telling you, the teachers and the principals are the ones who see what is happening every minute of the day. We don't see what's happening behind closed doors, but what they are describing is really, really, really alarming.
Yeah, and I think, as I look at your objectives, the number one objective tells a lot, that you put full transparency, that you want them to make public all vendor contracts, any privacy agreements, screen use data that's taken. And so that tells me a lot. But you also say bell-to-bell device ban, stronger content filtering, teacher-led instruction first, and then letting parents opt in to give consent for devices or apps. How is that received, all 5 of those objectives?
So what we had before in our school district up to last week, which the policy was eliminated, we had a policy that basically was talking about technology, and it allowed parents like myself to basically take all the information which we have, which is what I told you. There's no benefits of all of this math teaching for first grade, etc., as core curriculum, and basically choose a teacher-led education that basically we wanted to opt out. And we had that option of opting out based on the certain policies. But the district leadership have decided to eliminate this, and they are currently working on a new policy. We are trying to meet with them and to explain to them the needs that are needed. But at this point, it's still a draft. There's no current policy. And our hope is to continue working with the district into the summer and making this policy an amazing policy that will take our district back to being a leader of education. Because listen, Don, there's no doubt that the pendulum is shifting so fast. I mean, even this movie, look at the movie that you just talked about. It's just, everything is pointing out to the fact that the kids need childhood. They need to go outside and play and even get bored. Boredom is a positive word. When kids are alone, they become creative. And when they are on screens nonstop, every time that they're on a screen, it's a missed opportunity to do something else, because there's really no benefits of being on the screens for the vast majority of the cases. Now, I have to say one caveat that is important. We may sound like some sort of a fanatic, anti-tech.
Not to me, you don't.
No, we're not. And I told you that I'm a cardiologist, but I direct and I lead the AI for my division, and I do consulting for startup companies dealing with cardiology and AI. I love technology. I use it all the time. Many of our group are people who are, Ben is a CEO of a big tech company. There are people who are software programmers, math teachers, professors. Sam is a professor in college who tells me that the kids who are coming now to college, they can barely read. And he really is trying to reinforce a strategy of, pen and paper again. So I think it's really important to mention that we are not anti-technology. We do believe that computers should be used for kids to teach, like I said, about technology. But really, this is so crazy what's happening right now that we have to back off.
Yeah, one thing that strikes me, and I know that and everybody should go to your site, and it's an incredible resource as well, just talking about even physiological impacts of eye damage and physicalities, not just learning. I mean, there's a lot of evidence. But the fact that, 15, 16 years ago, Lower Merion School District was involved in a significant lawsuit whereby there was a student, they've made documentaries about this, where a family sued because their sophomore age high school son was essentially being spied upon, that they could see through the laptop camera, and there he was sitting on his bed in his underwear type thing. There was a lawsuit, and it was proven. It was a webcam spy case, etc. And so does that aspect of it also concern parents as far as where the data goes and that kind of the dark side of technology and kids using tech, and then where it goes, where that data goes?
So let me tell you a couple of interesting things, Don. First of all, the district is in the process of signing a huge contract with a company called Curriculum Associates. That company is a multi-billion company of technology education. And what they are basically doing, their flagship product is called iReady, which is basically a program to teach K-8 mathematics. Now, you would say that, okay, maybe there's reasons to doubt it, but it's not so bad. However, there is now in place a huge federal lawsuit against Curriculum Associates because what they are doing, allegedly, I should say, but there's really big concerns about the fact that they are data mining. And it's not only the name, but also, you think about it, the way that Facebook or social media works is how long are you stalling here, or when do you flip over? They are taking all of this data that they are mining from our kids and sending it to Google and to multiple, over 10 companies to sell this type of information for profit, to make profits over our kids. And there is no consent. Nobody signed consent to this. So after this lawsuit, it's not over yet, but after this lawsuit has been initiated, several districts across the country basically Curriculum Associates, whereas our district is actually signing active contracts with them. So I think that this is very concerning. To the point that you made about the Robbins case or the Spy High, the what you mentioned about 15 years ago, paradoxically, it's actually very interesting because what has happened is that in the last 10 years, especially the 5 years, with all of the inappropriate contents, listen, even the school district says this is a whack-a-mole, which basically means that, they're trying to block some sort of the kids' option that the kids will go to the internet and go to YouTube and watch, violent movies. Do you know that in our district, we had a game that was circulating that is called 5 Nights in Epstein Island, and the kids are basically escaping and running away from being abused by Epstein.
Oh my goodness.
Kids were playing this on the bus, on the school issue devices. So what I'm saying is, paradoxically, the district is very, very careful with not spying, not monitoring. And because of this, we have much less protection of the kids to go to inappropriate content than other districts have. Well, the district is working on maybe GoGuardian or this software. But right now, the problem exists. The kids, if they want, they will always find a way to reach the internet, watch YouTube video. And this includes in class. They're supposed to teach. And the teacher is turning around for 1 second. 1 second. And the kid is immediately doing, moving to the tab that is showing computer games and, talking about distractions. This is insanity what is happening. So we at our school district of LMSD, Lower Merion, we're actually very low in terms of our ability to filter inappropriate and dangerous content. The question, Don, that we have to the district is this. How many kids are you okay with that will watch, maybe a child in 5th grade or 7th grade, that will watch pornography? Because right now they can, and it's a huge problem across the country. Because in our opinion, if the answer is more than 0, and you're okay with exposing more than 0 kids who are 10 years old, 12 years old, whatever it is, to pornography, to beheading videos, to whatever violent and inappropriate content, that is way too much. And we have to shut down hermetically the system until we figure this out, especially because there's no benefit proven to the education technology.
Amen. Yair Lev, founder of Pencils Over Pixels. Really, I hope you come back. And what a great dad. I hope you had a wonderful Father's Day. And it's awesome that you've joined together, not just like you're saying with your community, but now I think you're awakening this issue within parents across the country. So congratulations on that. Thank you so much.
If I can just say one last thing,
is
that really this is not about one person. This really resembles the outcry of many parents and many people with the opioid crisis, with the tobacco crisis, when we saw kids that are smoking. This is a true public health. The nation is waking up. It's not only LMSD, Lower Merion, it's all around the country. And I really wanted to thank I feel so grateful to be part of this incredible community of mothers, of fathers, of educators, of physicians, of psychologists, of so many people who are moving this movement forward. And thank you for talking to me.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Yair. Really appreciate you. Hope you come back and keep us posted on everything you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Now, listen, we do have Dr. Jay Bhattacharya coming up in our next hour, in the 11 o'clock hour. So you want to hear what he is saying. We have some breaking news on that front. I've got to thank my friends from Kitchen Magic for sponsoring this segment, because while the sun's out and the summer's in full swing, Kitchen Magic, yeah, they want to help you fall back in love with your kitchen because maybe your kitchen, it's a little antiquated, it's looking a little ugly. They're going to make it beautiful again, bring the magic back. So they've been a family-owned business right here in our area, Nazareth, PA, since 1979. And, for more than 45 years, high quality and craftsmanship have been their promise at Kitchen Magic. So this summer only, 40% off installation, flexible financing options for every budget. Don't wait for someday. Just visit my friends at kitchenmagic.com. Let's build something beautiful together. Like your new kitchen. Kitchenmagic.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Eczema, eczema, eczema. So many ads for eczema products. But those fancy TV ads don't mention that those prescription products can cost thousands of dollars. There's a smarter way. It's Exoderm for eczema and dermatitis. Exoderm costs less than $20. Yep, less than $20. You don't need a prescription, and it's available on the first aid aisle of your local store. Exoderm contains the #1 doctor-recommended ingredient in a clean, hypoallergenic cream with no harsh additives or nasty chemicals. Exoderm, fast, effective relief from the itching and inflammation of eczema. This stuff really does work. Take back control. Heal eczema flares with soothing Exoderm Flare Control Cream. It's on the first aid aisle of your local drugstore, supermarket, and at Target and Walmart too. Exoderm for eczema. Now that's smart.
250 years have gone into building this great nation. Iron, brick, and stone forming its foundations. Wires carrying the lifeblood of electricity. And pipes delivering the water to our cities. Behold the strength and scale of American infrastructure. But it only takes a minute for some uninformed homeowner with a shovel to shut it all down. Electricity off. Running water non-existent. And that sewage ain't going nowhere now. Gee, thanks, Bill. Know what's below. And contact PA1 Call before you dig. Visit PA1Call.org.
Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days. But at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Do you owe back
back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
So the roads are starting to close, according to Pennsylvania State Police. Upon the arrival, we're looking to President Donald J. Trump coming to our area, going to that Mack truck facility I've been talking about, Battleground District in swing state, so-called purple Pennsylvania, if you believe that, but shifting attention, obviously, to the U.S. economy. And this is a major event that President Trump is coming to Pennsylvania, Lehigh Valley, Allentown area. Business, obviously huge business, huge union area, and speaking to these union workers at the Mack truck facility there. And so it's the president's 5th second-term visit to Pennsylvania. Yeah, he loves us, and we've delivered for him here in PA, as you well know, key state in supporting President Trump in 2016, 2024, and obviously paving the road to the White House for President Trump. So the Macungie, Pennsylvania facility is in the 7th Congressional District. And obviously, you know that I've had many, many times Republican representative. This is Congressman Ryan McKenzie, who's a good guy, but he was really campaigning against somebody that was a tough Democrat incumbent. He went door to door, talked about affordability before even Zohran Mamdani in New York City, the mayor there, talked about it. But now, after winning, Congressman McKenzie is facing a Democrat challenger, and that's Bob Brooks, coming up in November. So this visit coming with President Trump. And so let's go to a little bit.
I have a WFMZ did a report where they actually went to the Mack factory, spoke with McKenzie, and talked about
here
Great.
Some of the features that make them military ready.
More than 625 N917A3 heavy-duty trucks, known as HDTs, have been built right here in Allentown.
It's a great heavy-duty vehicle for hauling materials in a military situation.
On Friday, Congressman Ryan McKenzie announced that Mack Defense is receiving $47 million in funding to produce up to 450 of the military trucks.
Mack has done its part in protecting our service members.
You can see it has a special paint system on it that the Army requires, right? They call it chemical agent resistant coating. There's also other military features up to including a full armor cab.
So you know what struck me, and I wonder if this struck you during that report from WFMZ, is that the reporter sounds exactly like Congressman McKenzie. Did you notice that, Dan? And so
here's the back and forth. Ready?
Listen, Pay shows us how many of these trucks have already been built and some of the features that make them military ready.
So here's
more than 625 M917A3 heavy-duty trucks known as HDTs have been built right here in Allentown.
It's a great heavy-duty vehicle for hauling materials in a military situation.
Don't they say? I thought at first, well, this is odd. A congressman is voicing a reporter track. But you know what? Not for nothing, but that is a real benefit when you think about it. That he sounds like, he looks like he is a local everyday guy. He's from here. In other words, he's not a pretend guy. He's not a faux guy. He's not a super wealthy guy. And that's just it. That I think that authenticity matters.
Does his own VOs for WPHT.
Maybe he's
reporting
got a
live, Ryan McKenzie.
So, but I think that's part of his charm. I think that's part of why he won. But obviously, they're going to crank a lot of money into this, and it has to do with, like I've said, door to door, and yes, being that authentic candidate who says, "Look, I'm from here. I'm one of you. I'm one of us." But Bob Brooks, he has said, is somebody who's actually a wealthy guy. Even though Bob Brooks says he's a firefighter and a union guy, McKenzie has pushed back and said, no, this is a very wealthy guy, and he's not one of us. So that's part of the battle that has begun. So that's going on. But in any event, President Trump is set to arrive. A lot of road closures, obviously, for security. President Trump expected to speak around 2 p.m.-ish with this big event, big rally, and that's making national news. So we'll continue to follow that story for you. And then, of course, we do have we have the breaking news of RFK Jr., others from the administration, continuing on talking about the fraud that we're seeing. So I know they're at DOJ holding that news conference, and we'll talk about that moving forward. I think that what strikes me about the story of fraud across the country, it started in Minneapolis. We heard about it, California, but here in PA too. Why isn't it a bigger story, right? I think we can all agree on the fraud that's not right. These NGOs or people taking advantage and taking money from Medicare, Medicaid, whatever, in the health industry, but also autistic kids, right? And so how can that not be a huge national story? Wonder why. Well, it's bias by omission, as I often say. So I know we'll break that down for you, but I have to, speaking of which, Dan Borowski, our great executive producer, I have to take a break, correct, to stay on time. Dr. Jay Bhattacharya. So we'll break it down with what is he talking about. And, of course, we love to talk about MAHA, your health in America. And this is important. There's the saying, if you don't have your health, you have nothing. And that's why I think we can all agree that the MAHA movement, it is, how can anybody disagree with that? How can anybody disagree with making America healthy again? You, me, but especially our kids and the future generations. So I'm honored to have Dr. Jay Bhattacharya joining me. Coming up next, stay right here.
Tasty cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunchboxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a Platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. That's ethos.com/save. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
Welcome to Bucks County Estate Traders.
Wow, look at the selection. So many great pieces.
If it's one-of-a-kind pieces you're looking for, you've come to the right place. We have a huge selection from high-end brands like Stickley, Baker, and Henredon. Or if you're looking for that vintage or antique piece to make a statement, we got that too.
I think I'm going to need a few laps to check everything out.
Yeah, we hear that a lot. Happy hunting!
For quality high-end furniture built to last, visit their showroom in Hatfield or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Be prepared with CHIP, free or low-cost healthcare for Pennsylvania kids and teens. From checkups to unexpected bumps and bruises and everything in between, CHIP has you covered. Don't wait until you need it. Be prepared with CHIP. Because every kid deserves quality health care and every parent deserves peace of mind knowing their kids are covered. CHIP. Free or low-cost health care for kids and teens under age 19. Learn more at chipcoverspakids.com.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
From to Blackwood. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
As we talk about MAHA, Make America Healthy, again, right? When you think about your health and how much it matters, but then think about this, where is that medicine made? And so that brings me to my next guest, which is because HHS launching this coordinated multi-agency initiative, reversing what we've talked a lot about, the medical trends where these clinical trials and so on are being offshored. And then think about what a Make America, Made in America agenda would mean for our region in particular. Think about Philadelphia, a biocluster, a major hub for medical research. Would that bring more jobs, good news to cities like Philadelphia? And by the way, major cities and major hubs across the nation. So I'm honored to have Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, who is both an MD and a PhD, which means he's definitely the smartest guy in most rooms, right? But Dr. Bhattacharya, just a real honor to have you join me here. Thank you.
It means I'm overeducated, but it's so nice to be with you.
So much going on as, you know, we're thinking about, and I know there's a news conference going on talking about the fleecing of America, fraud, all of that. But we wanted to focus on this piece where you're talking about, you know, MAHA. Yes, it's important to be healthy, but it's important as well to think about medicine and clinical trials, everything to be made in America. Can you tell me about this movement? And I know that this is a developing story that a lot of people haven't heard much about.
I mean, it's such an important story, and it has to do with trends over the last decade or more, where the United States has invested a ton of money in improving the biomedical research infrastructure in this country, but also of the Chinese. And China has become a world power in conducting clinical trials, and often relying on American investments and American discoveries in ways that essentially leave Americans worse off because we don't have access to the very cutting edge technology that we invest in and discover ourselves. The real fault is that we have made it very difficult for scientists to run clinical trials. Now, of course, you know, you get a discovery of a new medicine, you don't know if it's going to work until you have tried it in a rigorous clinical trial setting, meaning, you know, people have to get placebos and compared to people who randomly get the drug, and you want to make sure the drugs we use will work. A lot of times, those are life-saving settings for people. Like if you have a disease that's a rare condition and there's only one drug available for it and it's not yet approved, and access to a clinical trial can mean the difference between life and death. So what we've done at HHS is throughout HHS, including the NIH, the FDA, basically every agency that's part of HHS has worked to try to reduce the time it takes, reduce all of the sort of unnecessary red tape it takes to run a clinical trial, and then to get that drug approved through the FDA quickly without any harm to making sure that the drugs that are approved are safe and effective for patients.
Yeah, and part of this, you know, you mentioned the word trust, and I think about the first time years ago that I said your name and reported on you was because, of course, we were talking about COVID being shadow banned and essentially bullied, to make it, you know, simplified. Did you feel in some regards, you know, over the years, and even with Tulsi Gabbard on her last day releasing more of those, declassing some of the Fauci files, Representative Comer calling out Fauci's lies, some of those headlines about COVID. But all of this, to me, goes together because as Americans, we've lost faith in our institutions.
I mean, the thing I want to emphasize is that this is no longer Tony Fauci's NIH. We turned the page all across HHS with Secretary Kennedy leading. We have fundamentally altered the structure, the incentives of the institutions that run HHS toward making America healthy. Right? I mean, just what we were talking about previously. Like, why did we invest so much in the Chinese biomedical research infrastructure? Why didn't we invest in the American biomedical research infrastructure? Why do we made it so easy, so hard for Americans to get access to drugs and other products that are in clinical trials, whereas it's so much easier to run these trials in Australia or in China or elsewhere. A reorientation of these institutions is the way we build trust back again. We have to earn that trust by making sure that Americans know that we care more about them than we do about anything else, and that we are going to apply very, very rigorous evidence standards to make sure that what people do get, the drugs that are available, are actually effective, are worthwhile to take. The COVID experience was so dispiriting for me, and I'm sure it was as was for so many of the listeners. I lost a lot of trust in the institutions. It's been really wonderful to be part of Secretary Kennedy's HHS and by President Trump's HHS, because I've seen the real commitment to try to re-earn that trust. And with substantive changes, a lot of times it looks messy, but that reality is that the institutions were messy before, and they were not oriented necessarily toward making America healthy. It was almost no change in life expectancy over the last 15 years. They really hadn't. The chronic disease crisis that was unmet. It's a real recommitment of these institutions toward making America healthy again, that which makes me so proud to be part of this administration.
And so what does that look like? I think about clinical trials, for example, and what I'm seeing is all of these at FDA, NIH. So you have all of these different departments, looks like a bit of streamlining, better coordination, better transparency. So what kind of effect does that have just in and of itself, right, to have clinical trials here, then the streamlining, and then I think of, the competition, the excitement, the medical innovation, discovery. Can you take me through, what that looks like to you, and why it would make a difference in the lives of everyday Americans?
Sure. So let me just start from A to Z. So the first thing is, we have to invest in research, and research done here in the United States it empowers American scientists to focus on the problems that Americans actually have, and solve those problems, right? So I actually got to go visit Philadelphia and Pittsburgh to see some of the amazing institutes, the UPenn and University of Pittsburgh, to see some of and meet with some of the great scientists that are at those institutions. I mean, it's absolutely inspiring. They're great American scientists all across the country, and we got to figure out ways so that we can empower them, including especially the young early career researchers, to try their new ideas out. And once they've developed those ideas, to make sure that those ideas get developed and taken seriously in the United States with the intellectual property not stolen by some Chinese company. We got to make sure, so we're reinvesting in that. Then there's something called a valley of death between the time you have a new discovery and the time when you can actually run a trial to see if it works in humans. That is something that the NIH, we have worked tirelessly to try to fix. We've invested in great American small businesses that can help bridge that valley of death. We've reduced the paperwork burdens it is to apply for NIH grants. All that's really good, but what doesn't really make a difference until you get to actually being able to, as a patient, to get access to it, right? So imagine you're a patient now, and you're in a place that doesn't have access to a traditional academic medical center, one of the top institutions in the world, right? But maybe you're in a rural area, or you're in an underserved community. Well, now what we're going to do is we're going to use AI tools to offer your doctor a list of all of the randomized trials that are available for the doctor's patients, and so you can get a matching between the patient and the trial, no matter where you are in the country. That's going to be a really new facility that we have. We've invested a ton at the NIH to do this, and we will continue to. That especially the National Cancer Institute and the Center for Translational work at the NIH have all invested in this. It's really important because these discoveries, if they just sit on the bench and don't get access, and people don't get access to them, they don't do anybody any good. Especially getting Americans access to them, I think, is really important. And then next, the FDA has worked to streamline and shorten. Often it takes 2 years before you can have a promising drug, and then the FDA finally approves it. The FDA has worked tirelessly to try to reduce that time. When you have good evidence that a drug works for patients, it shouldn't take that long to get access to them. And so it's an all of across all of HHS. Dr. Oz is online. Medications aren't the only thing that'll make America healthy again. Of course, there's all kinds of other prevention activities, reform to our food, making sure that we focus on those is important as well. But it is part of the solution, and making sure that we have clinical trials accessible to Americans is part of what it means to make America healthy again.
Yeah, and so another piece of this that's exciting, in my opinion, is, going back to what you were talking about, the FDA launching that new AI-powered system to track drug and vaccine side effects nationwide. Is that something where I saw that in the makeover, if you will, and I imagine that's just to restore that faith that you're talking about. It's a new day, it's a new system, and I feel like there's a very hopeful angle to this, just from hearing you talk, Dr. Bhattacharya. Oh, did I lose him?
Cycle. So I told you go from A to Z. The last part of the cycle is exactly what you just said. We have to take very seriously the fact that you run a randomized trial, you do the best studies you possibly can, and you've tested it in some number of people, and then when it's used more, when the product is used more widely, sometimes you learn things about it after it's been approved. You have to take seriously the possibility that those products are not as good as you thought they were when you first approved them. Yeah. You have to do something called post-market surveillance. And a lot of times in the past, the data sets that would be used to do post-market surveillance, first, they would take very long to do them. They were very slow. It didn't include all patient information. We're working very hard so that that post-market surveillance happens quickly and honestly. Right. So, during the pandemic, I was a big critic of the COVID mandate, mandating the COVID vaccines, especially for kids. It made very little sense to me to do that. There were safety signals, I think, that especially for young men, for heart inflammation after taking the COVID vaccine, that were there early, that should have been followed on very quickly, and then people been given warnings and all this about this before, at the time. We're trying to do is at HHS is try to reduce that time that it takes to identify side effects and then report those side effects honestly and quickly to people as the evidence comes up. It's hard because you want to make sure that some medications that are good for some people but not good for others. Yeah. And so you want to be nuanced about it. You don't want to say, like, let's pull the drug from the market because it has one side effect. But you want to make sure that doctors and patients and people have the very best information to make good decisions for the drugs that are on the market.
Well, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, thank you so much for taking the time to explain this to us. It's really exciting stuff. Director of NIH, obviously. I hope you come back. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So good to talk with you.
Good to talk with you as well, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya. Yeah, so this is exciting news, I think, for our region because essentially we're company town, if you will, with all of our incredible, like you said, the institutions. I love that he was just here. And so what I hear, that's innovation, but it's also jobs. And I would encourage you, go to these different sites. If you go to HHS, the different sites, you'll see they already have all these different clinical trials. But it sounds like they're going to streamline this, maybe have some apps. And that way, when you go to the doctor, my doctor is through UPenn. So you can say, hey, any clinical studies, and like for my son, Michael, with the type 1 diabetes, because my whole life is transparent, right? For Dan and his wife with the baby, it's pretty cool that you can, when you go to the doctor, ask them, are there any clinical trials? By the way, some of these clinical trials pay. I don't know if you knew that, but some of them pay, and some pay pretty well. Sleep studies, they got it all.
And then I end up with a mushroom behind my ear. Famous last
Small
words.
price
though.
to pick. Yeah.
Hey, just to know, Grant Bailey is still going to be joining us after the break. Yes,
perfect.
And we got to hear about your fantastic vehicles.
Yeah, we got to talk about Piazza. So we're going to talk about fatherhood in America. Is that the one? Yeah, family studies and vanishing fathers or not. So that'll be good.
You know what prompted me to go down this path with Grant is the conversation with Frank Scales the other day about marriage and the nuclear family and how it's important for conservatives where it seems to be, less important for liberals. And Grant's done research on it.
Yeah. And I know he's done the research on fatherhood. I've talked more about less women becoming mothers, right? We know those numbers. We've talked about those stats, which are, that one's unfortunate. I'll say there's a silver lining and a benefit. Perhaps it's better off for men who are putting off fatherhood than for women. But we'll get into it. It's, he has a kind of a hopeful aspect to it. So we'll talk about all of that. Speaking of hopeful, so gas prices continuing to come down. That's a good thing as the Iran deal, looks like those negotiations, there's some positivity there. And so that's why it's out of the headlines, as I talked about yesterday. Gas prices, we're still talking about the gas prices. Price per barrel's gone way down. But maybe you were considering a hybrid vehicle. A lot of advantages to it. That's what my husband drives, the CR-V SUV. So many gas-saving options anyway, available from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The Honda hybrid lineup, it's solid. You got the Accord, the Civic, and like I said, the CR-V SUV. So you can take advantage. 2.99% financing, that's 36 months. What about 3.99%? That's for 60 months, and that one is for the CR-V. So just do it. Experience the award-winning hybrid performance. Piazza Honda in either Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. Shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Check inventory for the hybrids. piazzahonda.com. Tell Dolan sent you.
Weather sponsored by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Better banking starts with Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Enjoy early pay and free fraud and credit monitoring. Take control of your finances. Smarter banking designed for real life. Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Visit fmfcu.org/betterbanking. Membership eligibility applies. Federally insured by NCUA.
The forecast remains unsettled heading through the afternoon. It'll be mostly cloudy with showers at times with a high 76. For tonight, clearing skies becoming less humid, low 64 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And for Wednesday, a mixture of sunshine and clouds. It'll be warmer, but not humid, with a high 86.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph, or visit mcculloughsautorepair.com.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals install most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
How many times have you heard me say this? You know, that the American traditional family is under attack. And my working title for my book that my husband says, have you written that book yet? It is The Women's Movement is a Scam, ? Exclamation point, right? Exclamation point, I should say, right? Because of really, it's a lot of what our next guest that Dan Borowski set up, Grant Bailey, talks about. He's a research fellow, Institute for Family Studies, talking about the vanishing father trend, but also he's done a ton of research on fatherhood in decline. And really what we've been talking about, Dan, and that is, it feels like the American family, our traditional values, just a family.
And is it a choice? Is it a result of the economy? I mean, me personally, I didn't have kids till 35? I just had my first daughter. It took a while. I wanted to be a father my entire life, but it was tough. So Grant really looked into the sociological aspects of all of this. So happy to bring him in.
Yeah, it's great to have you here, Grant Bailey, research fellow, Institute for Family Studies. And so 2 great articles that I'll encourage you to check out. One is The Left's Marriage Problem. Fewer liberals marry. Liberal teens are giving up on it. So a lot of family studies, but then also the latest one, The Vanishing Father Trend. Grant, great to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So, take me through it, because I'll tell you what, this is a different angle in the sense that I talk a lot, and we've seen the studies about women putting off motherhood. But this one's a little different because, you're talking about less and less men wanting to become fathers. Is that what you're finding?
Yeah, so that's interesting because the way that the data is set up is we tend to look at birth records that are attached to women. And so it's really, from a data perspective, very simple to analyze declines in motherhood. That's how all the analysis plays out. And so there's just been a sort of missing analysis of, well, hey, it's declines in motherhood. We're also going to see declines in fatherhood, and that's going to have its own sort of characteristics. And so when we looked at it, of course, we found, fatherhood is on the decline in America, and especially married fatherhood. So back in the 1980s, 2/3 of men between 25 and 45, those sort of prime family formation ages, 2/3 of those men were fathers, and over half of them were married fathers. And today, it's just around half are fathers, and even less are married fathers. So we've moved away from this culture of really young men, 25 to 45, who are family men, towards that's a sort of minority thing.
And so I imagine there are a ton of factors that go into this. And so I just wonder if you would we think about loss of faith in America, the attack on the family, thinking about what Dan Borowski, our executive producer, just said, that people we know it's an affordability issue. Paying off your student loans, feeling irresponsible to bring a child in the world or even get married before the student loans are paid off, before you can buy a home, that feeling of pressure to have everything teed up and set up financially before you do those things. What are you finding and seeing? What trends do you see in your research?
Yeah, so sort of what you were going at, you're never going to find a silver bullet. There's always going to be a number of factors going into it. But the things that you were sort of saying are very salient. So one of the things that we have to look at is delayed fatherhood. So men are getting married and they're having children later. So when you look at the numbers, part of it is going to be, well, these men are going to hopefully, have children later on. Mm-hmm. But that's not the whole story. When you look at current birth rates among women, and it's going to parallel among men, we see that it's likely that about 1 in 4 men are never going to have children, which is crazy in American history. So the causes behind that are financial. Young men who are, especially if they go through college, right, they're saddled with debt at a young age, and we see that entry-level housing prices relative to the median young adult's income have shot through the roof. So these sorts of things, being debt-free and being able to afford a home to start a family are sort of throwing water on men's feelings of confidence that they can form these families. And then there's a couple of other things, right? We've moved from what's called a cornerstone model of marriage, where you build your life on a family, to a capstone, where you get your business in order, you establish your career, and then you get married and have kids. So that's more of a sociological movement. And the third thing I'll say is that there's been some ideological polarization. So among those who are on the left end of the political spectrum, there's been a particular decline in fatherhood. We see attitudes that are generally relative to conservatives, less positive about marriage and its effects for children and for society. And when you take all of those things together, it's like, well, no wonder that the numbers are down.
Yeah, the only silver lining that I alluded to when I was teasing your upcoming interview is that for men who, let's say, in their 30s, 40s, even 50s, we had a story of a local congressman in his 50s marrying the love of his life, marrying for the first time a woman who's in her mid-30s, and they're both getting married for the first time. But men can, in truth, afford a little bit of time. Women cannot. Do you know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
I don't know if I'm just trying to keep hope alive here, but for guys, I think if there are lies here within the media, because I think part of the narrative and that's why I always say the women's movement is and was a scam, told women for a long time, since probably the 70s, put off, have your career, be somebody, get your education, women. And then once you're somebody, then go ahead and get married and have kids, but make sure you're somebody first, which is really sad.
So there's definitely a lot of anxiety when you sort of poll young women that sort of revolves around their age. When they're hitting their 30s, a lot of stress about, I'm not where I thought I would be, or, I thought I would form a family in my early 30s, but it's proving a little bit harder, or, hey, it's actually proving harder to conceive than I expected. And that biological clock is ticking. So that's one of the particularly, acutely felt things among young women. For men, we don't see a lot of men who marry women who are younger than them. So usually there's just a 2 to 3 year age gap, and that's been pretty persistent. So, it's hard, it's a sort of dance between men and women, so they have to sort of coordinate that. But you're right that there's less anxiety among men on this score.
Yeah. So for you at Family Studies, Institute for Family Studies, is there, I don't know, how are you keeping hope alive as you look at this? Do you see some hopeful signs, especially for the Gen Zers perhaps, but do you see some hopeful signs for those who have those values? Or who are searching, to preserve those values.
Yeah. So it's easy to lose hope when you're in the data and you look at these macro trends. When you look at the population as a whole, it can be a little bit disheartening. That being said, most people, right, if we take the dire scenario where 1 in 4 don't have children, well, 75% do. So there's the silver lining there, that it's not total collapse. But also in these subpopulations that we look at, right, if you look at conservative young men, there hasn't been much of a decline. There's been a decline in married fatherhood, but it's been much less severe than their liberal counterparts. And if you look at, say, religious adults, there's a sort of similar decline, but they're already at such a higher level of marriage and parenthood that it's not nearly as a crazy scenario. When you combine those two together, conservative and religious, those are the sort of populations that we see that have pretty stable family formation rates, slight declines. And then among young adults, and specifically teens, they're still marriage-minded. We see stability in those who say that they want to have kids and that they want to get married.
Yeah, and so is there also, because you talk about with regard to families, the left's marriage problem, fewer liberals marry, liberal teens are giving up on it. So are you finding that there's a rift, if you will, between, because I actually have, my youngest are 19 and then one in his early 20s. So my 19-year-old, when he just started college, he said, I want to find my wife. what he found was there are more women who seem to be more liberal and aren't interested, or at least right now, in marriage or those traditional things. So is this a mixed match between generations with maybe young males are more tend to skew more conservative, young females don't? Are you finding that sort of mismatch?
Yeah, I think you're right in line with the data. So we've been looking at the survey. It's called the Monitoring the Future study. It's been going on since the 1970s. And it polls 12th graders, all sorts of things. And one of the things is like, do they want to get married? Do they want to have children? And it asks things about their religious attendance, their political views. And since around 2015, we've seen massive divergences from historical data going back to the 1970s. We've seen among those 12th graders who identify as liberal, massive shifts in their family formation desires. And what's really interesting is we also break it out by sex, male and female. And when you control for political ideology, the sex difference disappears. And that basically means that this is largely an ideological phenomenon, but women and young women tend to skew further left than the boys their age. And to what you're sort of saying is that could pose an issue, especially further along the line, where you have men who say are more inclined towards starting a family because they have these more conservative values. And there's a smaller dating pool of, like-minded women who also want to do the same. That is potentially some friction down the line that's going to be hard for, say, particularly conservative young men.
Yeah, it's so true. What's your advice? I mean, you're looking at all this data, which is fascinating to me. But what's your advice as far as, especially younger people, teenage, college age, or even, guys who are still single and hearing about this? Do you have advice based on some of the findings and some, I always say keep hope alive?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think one thing is, to note that the feelings of, hey, this is difficult, and even when I try, it's still difficult, sort of affirm those. There's a smaller pool of people who are able to, meet in person. So even if you're trying, right, it's going to be hard. That being said, our sort of working theory on a lot of this is that there's just been a general collapse in sort of institutions of places to socialize, to meet people and meet like-minded people. That's sort of collapsed in America, but it hasn't completely disappeared. So we see a lot of success among young people, even though they still report that it's really hard to, meet the right person, get married, have kids. We see a lot of success in those who are regular church attending adults, because that's a community in which they're able to find, like-minded people who are also working towards something that's beyond themselves. Outside of that, it's sort of harder to find these lasting communities, but basically finding places where you can be involved, you have commitments, and you're able to meet people in person.
Yeah, and likewise, I also think that maybe it explains, sometimes when I do see some of these protests and things with different liberal folks, especially women, I think to myself, those women have a need to live a purpose-driven life. And I think that that's part of, their anger, but also what's bringing them out to do something with purpose, because they didn't necessarily, they didn't have kids. They don't have families. They don't have those relationships. So now it's like the new social club. It's kind of a weird phenomenon, but I'm seeing it here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what's interesting about that, just sort of as a side, like those places actually become places of meeting like-minded people. So in a sense, there's an irony there. But you're right that when we sort of lose these places where we can get purpose in our lives through normal means, like raising children. I mean, it's really hard, but it's very fulfilling, and we see that in surveys. You have to turn to other things outside of yourself to find purpose, and those can be oftentimes political and less normal, as it were, historically.
Well, listen, it's Grant Bailey. It's great to have you. I hope you come back. This is fascinating, and I think some of the stats, some of the numbers that you're gaining, and I know it's ongoing that you're looking at this, but Institute for Family Studies, it's great stuff, and a reminder to all of us, to cherish, really cherish those we love and cherish those we're with as well. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Dawn.
Take care. So yeah, you can find if you just search, and I know Dan will put it out. Grant Bailey, Institute for Family Studies, but some great data on marriage, family life, and then politics, like the intersection of all of this and the policy.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
What a guy.
Wow, what a day.
Grant J. Bailey.
Yeah. Grant Bailey.
Grant J. Bailey on Twitter.
And I know that one of his coworkers and his, somebody that he's doing the research with, Brad Wilcox. So they're looking into all of this. But there's also, and I don't know, Dan, if you would say this, but when you look at the studies of men of any generation, happier men are dads.
It's all
By
based on
and large.
purpose. I mean, I look at my friend group. The happiest of us are
Yep.
those that are raising children. And it's because every morning we wake up with a reason, with a cause. And my other friends sleep until 1 p.m.,
video games.
wander the city aimlessly. No, I'm dead serious. And it's just,
You know who you are.
Hope you're not listening. but it's just like, I see exactly what you guys are talking about. You brought it up with women. He brought it up with men that, there's just a... And a comment in the chat was, do we really want parents who don't want children to have children? And I think it's a little bit deeper than that we want people to want children. Mm-hmm. It goes further than what you're saying. One step further, that there's a problem here that young people, especially liberals, I think it's doomerism. Yep. They're told climate change is going to end the world in 30 years. They don't want kids, and it's a sad state. They're the best. She's the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Aw, little. And the she is
Amelia.
your wife and your daughter.
Well,
daughter and your wife.
Yes.
I'm covering for him there. No, just kidding. No, but I think that's just it. That you have now perhaps generations of people who've actually been told it's irresponsible to bring a child into this world.
So
what
sad.
a horrible thing.
So sad.
And also, I loved what he suggested with saying it used to be, like, I think of my parents when they were married, they were broke. They built a life together. So they weren't guilted into feeling like, oh, it's irresponsible to even get married or be together until you've got yourself together.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
Right?
you kind of touched it too. It's kind of the sad state, the repercussions of having two parents in the workplace as well, if you have much less time with family. And
It's true.
yeah.
I mean, if Larry Bear just want to be the sugar daddy, I'm good with that. No, I'm kidding.
You know who's a great father? Dominic Giordano.
Dom Giordano. Great husband, great father. I know Rose says it all the time. Hey, Dom.
Usually the tongue's firmly planted in cheek, though, there, dog.
I know Rose would agree with me.
She would, Dawn. Thank you. Thanks for saying that, too, Dawn. Well, nobody could be better than you with the two boys, too. We see it. It just bleeds through. So, Dawn, we have two Republicans now. I will name out there in Bucks County. One runs at Funeral Power. The other is a former Brian Fitzpatrick guy, who both voted with the Democrats yesterday to stiff poor kids on that tax credit, thinking, well, the Inquirer, nobody else is going to report it. We'll talk about that. And I think we have Scott Presler out there. He did a great job with Ryan McKenzie on the Mack truck thing with Trump today. It should be great stuff.
Awesome. Yeah, that's right, because I think Trump, well, he's supposedly 2 o'clock, but could be earlier. It's going to be during the Dom show no matter what. So
absolutely. We'll get every second.
Buckle in. You never know what's going to happen.
Exactly.
An awesome Dom show right now.
Thank you, Dawn.
Thanks, Dom.
If clutter is costing you time, fix it right away. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, and home offices. Schedule a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. Closetfactory.com. Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000.
Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief took care of Eric's problem.
And now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
This is Mike Quick. Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and get your team the game changer in point-of-sale solutions for restaurants, casinos, and bars. PDQ POS. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free. But that's not all. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a point-of-sale system, it's a complete business management solution. Join the thousands of companies that have made the switch and upgrade to a customized POS solution from PDQ Signature Systems. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days, but at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin with Glenn Macnow and Ray Didinger Thursday, August 6th on the Ocean City Music Pier. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time from the balmy, well, close those blinds over there. Maybe Wildwood will be balmier. It's kind of overcast and ready to go here. The sure is not great when it's that. Now, when the sun comes out, it's unbelievable. We'll talk with the executive director at Wildwoods Convention Center. Their theme this year here at the Wildwoods is affordability. We'll also talk with Dave Sunday, hard to get interview, really busy guy, the Attorney General of Pennsylvania. He's involved in the Krasner case and the Shapiro case. I differ with him in the Shapiro case. He'll be here at 2 o'clock. All right, I want to start off, though, with Josh Shapiro. This will be cut 2, and I want to blend it into the big theme today. Democrats saying they're the party of freedom. Yes, if you want to kill babies right up until birth, or maybe even beyond, who knows? I guess, if that's your definition of freedom. Listen to this carefully, though. Josh Shapiro, this must have been like George Costanza. Josh Shapiro is saying, say the opposite. Whatever goes on in your mind, your instinct, say the opposite of that. That's what they want to hear. Billing the Democrat Party as the party of real freedom. And one of the things he says, the Democrat Party, did you know this, everyone? They're the party that wants to give you the freedom with your child to determine what vaccines to get. Let's stop the presses. Is Mikey Sherrill got that? How many vaccines do you have to get in New Jersey? Here's a great man. Here's Josh Shapiro.
I think Democrats are the party of real freedom that allows women to make decisions over their own bodies, allows parents like me and my wife Lori to make decisions over what vaccines our kids are going to be able to get, that they can read the books that they want to read, not have certain one banned by certain politicians. The point I'm making here is that we can be a pro-freedom party and a pro-growth party, a pro-safety party, a pro-education party. That is what we're doing in Pennsylvania. We're winning in Pennsylvania, in the toughest state in the country to win in, and that is what I think we need to see more of, not just in our party, but all across America.
No, all across America as I run for president. So where, you thought he went in to love the person you love, to marry the person you love, to play against girls and beat them up. That's freedom. Notice how he slipped in. I wonder how many times they tested this one. The freedom to decide about vaccines. First of all, it was kind of an obscure reference, like where did that come from? And the Democrat Party, is that party? Which party during COVID was the most oppressive? The party of the teachers' unions. Which leads me into talking today about the big subject. Here's just what planted him. I knew I was going to talk about this today, but I wanted to add some. The Philadelphia Inquirer has an editorial up just because Justice Alito last week said it's time to the Supreme Court, this was a dissent, to clarify this Hazelwood case. What's the precedent there about student freedom? This one involved a pro-life flyer in school and the school not allowing the pro-life flyer. And they go off, the Inquirer, to say, the public schools of America are a neutral zone. Really? You buy that one? And thank God we don't bring religion into it. Thank God we keep that type of stuff out of it. See, this is just a small dissent from the great Justice Alito. Gets them to talk about their version of freedom in the public schools. Now, Guy Shiraki yesterday was better than anybody I'm going to find you in the world on something that he brought home here so skillfully of where we live, here in Pennsylvania, here in the Philadelphia area. There was a big vote yesterday, and some person named Nikki Rivera, I thought it was a nightclub act. This is a state rep. Nikki Rivera thinks that these scholarships for, shall we say, if not poverty, but low-income people across Pennsylvania, it has helped God knows how many, but it's helped them in the wrong way, according to Nikki Rivera. It's helped them to make school choice, the party of freedom, Joshy baby. How about that? How about choosing the school of your choice, Josh? How about that freedom, you weasel? So anyhow, they won 106-97. I can't even talk to someone like Eamon Brown. I was thinking of testing him. Yeah, Eamon, don't talk to me anymore. I know it has to be difficult for the party. But what are we going to do? All right, that's the Democrats. They muscled them. They're afraid of Bradford out there and what would happen to them. The party would disown them if they voted for poor kids yesterday to have school choice. In other words, they want to uproot this successful program, and they don't like it that a lot of the private schools might be Catholic schools, those Catholics. Think about that, you clowns in Northeast Philadelphia that vote for Democrats in lockstep, even though they're against your interests. How can any cop in Philadelphia ever vote for a Democrat? And I'm calling out the FOP, Henry. Write it down right here, because I'm looking at the official clock. All right, 12:06 and change. I'm calling out the FOP. I know what you're going to do. You're going to endorse Josh Shapiro this time around. The last time you told us, well, Doug Mastriano is completely against unions. Okay. What are you going to say this time? Stacey Garrity is more law enforcement than Josh Shapiro will ever be. You're going to go for him, though. What am I going to do then? Overlook it? No. if you go for him, you're going against me. Now, moving on, Northeast Philadelphia, the type of people that send their kids to a private school as a choice. Maybe they don't want to send their kids to Lincoln because of illegal immigration, where the whole freshman class has to go to school in trailers, Josh. Nice. So yesterday, 106-97. They got every Democrat, and they got 2 Republicans. And these 2 Republicans should be defeated. Now, they already are past the nomination status, but every chance I get, we'll ask them to come on, and we'll go after them. One is Casey Tomlinson, who inherited apparently a funeral parlor business and a seat out there in Bucks County, where else, from her dad, who was a politician. She voted to say that these kids in these private schools have to be buried under the tyranny of these progressive Democrats. And old Josh Hogan, not a Hogan's hero, Josh Hogan apparently was the chief guy with, wait for it, Brian Fitzpatrick's office. So Josh Hogan, another suspect. See, what these 2 think is the PSA will help fund them, or at least look the other way, because at least Hogan is going to be in a battle for his seat, so he's going to sell out everybody. How in the world, I told you, Jeff Yass, who does more for school choice than anybody in the country with money, backing, etc., wrote a column recently. Any Republican that votes against school choice in any way has to be defeated every day of the week. It's just that simple. What are these 2 people thinking of? Useful idiots for Democrats. So if you're in their district, I think is she Ben Salem? And I think he's some of these districts where a lot of people would welcome this scholarship and school choice. And by the way, where's the Archbishop? Archbishop, where are you? Where are you, Archbishop? What are you doing? Are you alerting Catholics to what they're doing here? No, that would be too inconvenient with your Democrat friends here. So this, to me, is a huge deal, as you can tell. All right, we are waiting on seeing what happens with the Supreme Court. We have not gotten any cases coming down yet, but we are seeing a battle that's unbelievable in New York, as today is primary day. And one of the people that Mondani backs just yesterday put out all the secret sauces of these progressives. She's running against Dan Goldman. No love lost with Goldman. He's one of the just ridiculous critics of President Trump. You've seen him. Goes into a coffee shop in Brooklyn. They find out about it, people that own it, and say they'll never serve him again. Department of Justice is on them. Shut them down. Take away their license. You have no right not to serve. The only right you can not serve someone is based on behavior while in your store. These are the people that want the cake maker in Colorado to have to bake all kinds of weirdo cakes, but they don't want to serve someone who's Jewish. So this candidate against Goldman in New York, that Mondani backs, says that gentrification in New York for corporate interest, it's just like corporate interest and the Palestinians being uprooted in Israel with the Jews. You get it? You get where we're going here. So it's going to be interesting to see if the Democrats can accommodate these people and not have their party split. We've seen a multitude of arrests at the reflection pool. They have plainclothes cops. And there's footage out there today of people kneeling over and praising the algae, praising them and telling them, speaking to them, plants, something like that, and telling them to continue to grow. We've seen a lot. Think of what we've seen over the last 10 years with Trump. But I don't think we've seen anything quite like the reflection pool at this point. All right, let me give you the side question. The big window where I am on the boardwalk, this is a prime spot to broadcast from. I see the tram cars going by, and Henry and I were talking about it yesterday. One of them sort of was the old-fashioned lead car. The new one, it's like a pickup truck driving them. it's if you value stuff like that, it's almost offensive. I know we can't replace them. Do you know we need to have cars that are EV and all this stuff? It's just offensive to the eye. So we'd like to know, and it's all in the call, we'd like to know something maybe nostalgic, some kind of change that was made that you think is off, something that doesn't make sense to you. It's not for the better. Maybe they said, oh, yes, it is. Wait a minute. Let me break in here, Henry, because, yes, this just came down, I guess. So, Henry, what is the Supreme Court decision? Then I'll get back to the side question.
Yeah, so the Supreme Court sided with the Trump administration, a 6-3 decision in the Blanche versus Lau case, allowing the Department of Homeland Security to treat green card holders and lawful permanent residents as, quote, seeking admission, end quote, and strip or suspend their legal status when they leave the country and attempt to return to U.S. while facing criminal charges.
Wow, I wasn't even aware of that. So it's a victory in this ongoing campaign when there's somebody that doesn't have full citizenship and has some kind of criminal record. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if it previews anything of where they're going to go, 6-3, of course, but it is in the win column here. Think of a one-run victory on something where the Trump administration is trying to make the argument, no, if there's any way we can stop you from being here because of something we don't want, in this case the criminal charges, whatever it might be, then we're going to do it. And this was the acting attorney general versus somebody in this situation. All right, I don't know why. The Supreme Court shouldn't be allowed to do it. It's torture. All morning long, we hear around 10:30, 11 o'clock, you'll see the decisions. They don't tell us what decision's coming down. And then suddenly, in a grab bag, now there might be more because they still have like 16 or 15 major decisions to come down. So we'll keep you apprised of this. It's not overwhelming, but it is in the direction of the executive in protecting the country. That's the way that I put this. All right, so Henry, how about starting us off? I'm sure you got a few here. Give me something nostalgic, something maybe you don't think it's a change for the better.
Yeah, how about the closure of malls? Obviously, Amazon and sites like that have, made it easier to get products delivered straight to your door instead of having to go to, the mall, hit many stores, and then leave and drive back. But I really do believe that social aspect of having somewhere to go, something to do.
Food court,
yeah. just wandering around. It's really we've really lost out on that social aspect of shopping, and it really stinks. And I say this now because the Exton Square Mall, the mall I kind of grew up on, it's closing at the end of the month, and that's that's the first place I ever had Chick-fil-A, the first Chick-fil-A in the state of Pennsylvania.
Wait a minute, the first Chick-fil-A was the first stolen kiss there over the Chick-fil-A.
Well, it was at the Exton Square Mall. It's just one of those things, yeah. So,
wait a minute, we have to have
really
a proper send-off for the Exton Mall here today.
Yeah.
Anybody else with warm regards for it?
Yeah.
That's fairly far out. That's farther out than you were, right? No?
It's probably 10 minutes from where I grew up. Yeah.
Okay.
And then the other one I'll take off is ice cream. A lot of ice cream companies cannot label their products as ice cream anymore. It has to be reclassified as frozen dairy dessert. Right. So when you're in the supermarket or wherever you might buy your ice cream, take a look at that label. Does it say ice cream or does it say frozen dairy dessert? And that's just one of those things, again, like it's changed for the worse. We're not eating ice cream anymore. We're eating product.
Boy, those are two keepers. That Exton Mall thing is in the category of maybe a top 10 answer on any side question anywhere.
Yeah,
all right, Kirk, how about yours?
I'm going to go to myself. First, newspapers is that's like
Sunday papers.
Sunday papers. I got numerous newspapers over the years when I was growing up. When I was a kid. And now everything's behind a paywall, and you got to click here to do this, what have you. It's a pain in the butt. Second, diners. This may ruffle Zeno's feathers a little bit, but I remember growing up near me. There's a couple diners that were really, really good. Classic burgers, classic fries, Meatloaf, what have you, and then they change ownership. And I'm not saying who, but the quality sucks. The prices suck. Yeah.
Yeah, you said the ultimate diner food. You got to have a meatloaf out there. What the hell's going on?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, those are classics. Those would be hard to beat. They were great. One that I'll take off. Get rid of the DH. I'm tired of it.
Oh, boy.
It takes away the good hitting pitcher. It really does. And we're going to have a guy, Schwarber. Look, he's great for the Phillies and great for the team. But does a guy that doesn't play in the field or do anything else, does he belong in the Hall of Fame? I don't see.
Yeah, he's the best at what he does.
Yes, but it's not a category that should.
It is a category. It is. The DH is a category. Thank you, Edgar Martinez, for opening the floodgates for other DHs.
You know, I would say, though, Martinez, as much as Schwarber is obviously a phenom power-wise over him, he did hit 340 a few times, didn't he?
I think so, yeah. He was an all-around, just fantastic.
Yeah, it was more of an all-around hitter. When Schwarber is just the OPS guy, well, the OPS DH wing, he represents. Schwarber is a player that is the most unique player, arguably, of the last 20 years when you look at it.
Oh, I think, because the low average is down near the Mendoza line.
And leading off.
Leading off, and he's hitting 40 home runs at the minimum.
Yeah, exactly. He'll have 40 by July 4th at this rate. All right, 855-839-1210. You got to get in on that one. More on this. Are they your representatives? You should let them know that you know what they're up to. Tomlinson and the Hogan guy. Yeah, we're asking both to come on. We're asking these all these Irish, Johnny Doc's nephew, I guess it is, over there in Northeast Philadelphia. What do we do with, say, these Democrats in Northeast Philadelphia, though? Are they oblivious? How could any cop vote for a Democrat? And if you say to me, yeah, but my guy's not anti-cop. Oh, really? Is he leading the charge, though, to push back on Krasner? Well, no, he can't do that. He's an enabler. You can't vote for a Democrat if you're a cop. Teachers union, you can't vote for a Republican. Well, wait a minute. Tomlinson and the Brian Fitzpatrick guy, I'm surprised he's here. I thought he'd be at the wedding. Two weasels, though. So Democrats can say this is bipartisan. We're tired of all these poor kids getting money to go to schools. The thing I told you about Alito with the religious thing and the same thing, they are wanting here in Pennsylvania to be a throwback. It's like to the 1950s. Other states are embracing freedom of choice through the donors program that was set up by President Trump in the big, beautiful bill. What are we doing in Pennsylvania? We're going back in time before 25 years ago or so. They're a throwback. They are the party of tyranny. They are not the party of inclusion or anything else. They're the party of indoctrination. They're the party of the public schools, many of which are both indoctrinating and they suck. And that's why people want to go to private schools. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. We will update you if there's any more Supreme Court. This is a decision that strengthens the hand of Trump. It's a win. It's not on birthright citizenship yet or any of that stuff. We may get some of that today. We may dip in if the president's on time at 2 o'clock out there at the Mack truck in Lehigh, too. We'll bring you all that. Big show today, 855-839-1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
It's that time of year to address some of those nagging projects around the house you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old, drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors and letting you start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of new energy-efficient windows and doors, including increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it's Dom time here at 855-839-1210. By the way, a little bit later, whenever I'm down at the shore, we got this a couple years ago because of a debate. The Cape May County Herald, maybe you can get it on .com. If you want some real entertainment, they have page after page, sometimes 2 and 3 pages of small print called Spout Off, in which they have each town and then someone spouts off about something. One moment it might be turtles dead on the side of the road, then the next moment it's what are you MAGA types going to do about this, that, or the other. Some of it's defamatory. They name names. It's incredible what they put in there. But I would tell you, it's pretty entertaining when you read through it. It's probably the most read through thing in the paper.
Yeah,
Have
I
you
like a
seen
local
Spout Off?
publication like that.
Oh, yeah. But it's their major publication. They do big stories. But for some reason, they put this Spout Off page in here. Here's one guy who says, you know, I have to see in the villas how they're wrecking your property, but I guess you're getting a big check every month. But them people are destroying your property, and you will be fixing it up. Or, if you can get these people out, may want to come back before it's too late. But them people is the thing that got me all of a sudden. And they're concerned about turtles, but then there's a lot of MAGA attacks, and then there's a counterattack of the MAGA people here. It's very tiny print, too, and it's hundreds of them at times.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I would tell people, check. I don't know if they put it up online. I hope they do. I'll read a couple later on.
Well,
They are.
it kind of goes back to like Kirk's answer of like newspapers and how you take
Yes.
them out of like the bin thing. You know, you put like a quarter in and you take it
Yes.
out. Like
Yeah.
I wonder if they're in those right now. They're the only thing,
Oh, yeah.
keeping those afloat is those these newsletters you're getting spouting off.
I got it for free here. When this MAGA-induced war ends, let's focus on finding a political candidate running for president who truly is for all the people, regardless of political party. We have to do better than this. Hey, moderator, our new friend, well, actually, is obviously AI generated. Let's do your job and get rid of it. God. Just an endless parade. By the way, speaking of AI, I'll give my Toy Story 5 review a little bit later on. And why in the world do they have no air conditioner ability to adjust it when it's not that hot of a day? My God. I don't get it. Isn't it cheaper to turn the air down? All right, let's go to Gary in Newtown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Dom. Hey, Henry. How are you?
Good.
Lovely.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much.
Happy holidays.
Okay. Yeah.
And you tell Zenos he's got to get his own holiday.
I'm not.
All right.
I'm not going there either.
All right. When he calls in today, we will
do that
Gary.
yourself.
Yes.
I'm not
okay.
confronting him, man.
Exactly right.
All right. I'll take that on.
Okay.
What is the side question? It's right after Henry just almost got me. Trans fats and beef tallow. I was all for RFK bringing beef tallow back. I haven't seen it anywhere, but we all know, Dunkin' Donuts can't make a donut. McDonald's fries suck. What else did I mention to Kirk? The favorite cookie of all time, the Oreo cookie. It's horrible without trans fats. It's horrible.
I don't eat it, but I get where you're going. Yeah, Steak and Shake, you can get the beef tallow. Thanks, Gary. Okay, that's one. But Henry, actually, on the thing is right. It doesn't say ice cream. Joe in Columbus, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe. Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom, and happy Independence.
Well, thank you, Joe.
There you go. I think.
Yeah.
I think we're in a mix and match here until we settle in on something.
Okay.
Okay, makes sense.
Dom, the whole romance and mystique of baseball is it could last forever. And now they start off extra innings with that stupid guy on second base, not realizing that it could still possibly last forever, but they're trying to push the game along. All you got to do is get that guy, bunt that guy over to third base, hit a sacrifice fly, both halves of the inning, and the game will go on again.
I agree, Joe. And look, I'm not against the pitch clock. I don't know what I would do. Guys grabbing their crotch and fixing their batting gloves every pitch and stepping out and swinging 4 times. It's not just the pace of the game. It's just ridiculously boring that way. So I don't think the pitch clock is bad if it stops those guys.
No, it doesn't. I mean, you got to push them along because, the pitchers used to step off the mound, throw over to first base 12 times. Yeah, I mean, that could push the game along. But it's still 9 innings didn't always mean a complete game. And I remember going to bed, I think, watching the Mets and Cardinals, falling asleep at, we'll say, 10 o'clock, waking up at 2 o'clock in the morning, and the game's still on. I enjoyed that part of the unknown.
No, you said it. There's a magic to it. There's a beauty to it. Like, oh, my God, it's 2 o'clock, and I'm still watching this game. I agree.
It told us we can have baseball forever back in that time and day.
Well, it's the only sport without a clock. I mean, that's the beauty of it. Yeah. That's a good one, Joe. Yeah, you still have to get the 27 outs or 50 outs, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
Along those lines.
It is such a dumb rule because they did it so games would end.
COVID.
They could speed them up because they were starting to tackle that problem. But now that they implemented the pitch clock, it does render that zombie runner, ghost runner, whatever you want to call it, kind of useless. So yeah, it should go back to the way things were in extra innings. Just let them play.
Yeah, absolutely. 855-839-1210. Now, that's how you get on board. We're waiting more Supreme Court decisions coming up. with all this school choice stuff, and Northeast Philadelphia, we mentioned yesterday, is kind of the epicenter. How in the world do those people there, they moved to Northeast Philadelphia to escape Larry Krasner and progressives, et cetera, while still remaining in the city. How do they still vote for Democrats? Well, we have a candidate that Guy referenced yesterday running for state rep. We already have Joe Picozzi, who was honored by Linda Kearns the other day. He was only 29 or so when he won. He won the big state Senate race there, even though the Republicans didn't endorse him. Surprise, surprise. We're going to talk with Bill Griffin, who also was a public school principal. Guy told us yesterday, I think it was 32 years, something like that. And I'm telling you, this vote by these Democrats in the House is stunning, to put it mildly. It's a precursor. So don't get depressed. I get it. We're worried about the Congress and all that. If we don't hold the Pennsylvania Senate or take the Pennsylvania House, we are going to live in California right then at that point. They're going to go wild, and guess what? If Josh Shapiro's governor, he can't wait to do that. It will be helpful to him to run nationally. Telling us you can choose how many vaccines and all. Freedom. What? And by the way, where's the Archbishop and all this stuff? Does he have a staff over there in Center City, Philadelphia? Come on, Archbishop. Don't you think you ought to tell people how disastrous this is, particularly for people that value Catholic schools? They might be aware if they heard your voice. 855-839-1210.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Babbel proudly presents the Sheep Cheese Fiasco.
Cute market. Ooh, cheese. Let's get cheese. Cheese, cheese, cheese. Hola. Quiero una oveja pequeñita.
¿Una oveja pequeñita?
Sí.
Bueno, pues tengo como 20.
Oh, no. Oh, but they're cute.
Don't let your Spanish fool you. Avoid bringing home the farm with Babbel, the award-winning language learning app.
Can you make us some cheese, please? Oh, cheese. You're not cheese.
Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will have you speaking conversationally in as little as 3 weeks.
Yes. Oh, you're so sweet.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's 50% off at BABBEL.com.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
The forecast remains unsettled heading through the afternoon. It'll be mostly cloudy with showers at times with a high 76. For tonight, clearing skies becoming less humid, low 64 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And for Wednesday, a mixture of sunshine and clouds. It'll be warmer but not humid with a high 86.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated.
H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, you're with Dom. Big issues, big guests, trying to impact as much as I can where we live. By the way, talking about all this stuff with the school choice stuff that went down yesterday and the teachers union sensing a big victory there. While all this was going down for these tremendously functioning schools, somebody emailed me that Mass Charter School, which has a lottery, 9,000 people a year try to get in, costs about $12,000, if that. Philadelphia Public Schools, $25,000 or thereabouts. I'd like to have a math contest. We'll just pick their 3 or 4 best from Mass, and Philadelphia can take their gazillion, and let's see who wins. It is stunning. Sherelle Parker winning $250 million more yesterday in Harrisburg, like an hour press conference, and talking about how they needed to invest in the infrastructure of their schools. They have $5 billion a year. Jalen Hurts just gave them how much air conditioning and how many schools. Remember that? And yet, no, that won't work. We need $250 million more. Bill Griffin is a former public school principal, Republican candidate out there in Northeast Philadelphia, touted yesterday by Guy Shiraki as an example of winning here locally, particularly Northeast Philadelphia is really the capital of so-called moderate Democrats. How do they remain Democrats? Well, Joe Picozzi shook them loose, won at a very young age, a major seat there. Let's go to former public school principal Bill Griffin and candidate for the State House here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, good to meet you. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Dom. Good to be with you. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me.
You're the Republican candidate, Bill, Pennsylvania House of Representatives, District 173. Where that? What would be the parameters that we would know?
So if you're going off Frankfurt Avenue, we're talking about Mayfair, a small portion of Talcone. We're talking about Tarsdale, Lexington Park, Pennypack, Holmesburg, and Sandiford Park. So around like Lincoln High School, all that area too.
Oh, well, Lincoln High School. Boy, I hope you bring up into this race, how is it that the freshman class is going to school in trailers? But, Bill, where did you serve? How many years as a principal?
So, Dom, I spent 35 years in education as a teacher, principal, special education teacher. I've been all over the city. I've actually even worked down in central office for a period of time. I was at Ada Lewis Middle School. I was at Jones Middle School in Fort Richmond. I've been at Austin Meehan Middle School, which is actually in my district. And by the way, Sherelle Parker actually went to Austin Meehan, which I just found out recently. I was principal of Hancock Elementary School, and it's a demonstration school in Morrell Park, and then LeBrum Middle School. And I was also the principal of Crossan Elementary School in Burholm Park.
So, Bill, with all that experience, and Guy was on with this yesterday. Guy's always great, but the passion on this big vote on trying to take out one of the few government programs that works so wonderfully and impacts so many kids and their parents who are scraping to get them into the best school possible. Your thoughts on that? Is education then going to be who's your opponent? Who's the state rep there now?
Well, let me just say that vote yesterday was a complete disgrace. The 105 to 97 with 3 Republicans supporting it. And Pat Gallagher, my opponent, voted for that bill. So I don't know what his thinking is there. He goes from schools, from both religious schools and public schools in the area and touts how wonderful they are, and then do something like that.
Well, I know what the excuse is, and I'm sure you'll be ready for it with your education experience, certainly, that this program needs more transparency. I think it's got a gazillion on the waiting list on top of it. And they seem to be putting a marker, a guy said, Bill, in at like $50,000. Suddenly over that, you shouldn't be able to do this. You're rich or something. And it's a backdoor attempt to try to put undue restrictions on, I don't know, Catholic church schools, among others.
Well, I would think in terms of the fact that really parents, we need to trust our parents. They really do know what's best for their children. But regarding the whole thing with transparency, accountability is important, so is transparency. But every tax program should be accountable, but accountability should not become an excuse for programs or making programs impossible to use. And to me, what they're doing is they're throwing a roadblock in so that they can make this unfunctional. Because it's not only limiting, the funds, it's limiting who can actually access the funds.
Yeah, and it's donor-based on top of everything else, Bill. So this is an issue, and I don't see coverage. Maybe the Northeast Times, I don't see the Inquirer coverage. This really affects people that you would represent. That's an area where I could see a lot of people partaking in this, and it has schools like Father Judge that are very well established and recognized, Bill. How about the issue of crime in Northeast Philadelphia? If we believe Larry Krasner, we would think places like Northeast Philadelphia are utopias. There's no crime there.
Far from the case itself. I have to say that, Northeast Philadelphia has progressively, gone downhill for quite some time. Again, I would say that there hasn't been a Republican in office or any Republican representation for the past 36 years in Northeast Philadelphia, in my district at least. And we're seeing what's happening. There's businesses moving out of the community. Just last week, we'll say business that's been there for decades. One of the flower shops actually is moving out. Last month, it was a jewelry shop on Frankfurt and Cottman Avenue moving out. We had a guy who a week ago in Holmesburg, he went to get a water ice and got out of his car. And of course, some folks are like, you shouldn't have gotten out of the car with the baby in the car. Okay, gotcha. But somebody jumped in his car and took off with the car and the baby. I mean, the neighbors in the area are very concerned. People are deciding not to go get water ice at that stand anymore. So that's going to affect the business too.
And Bill, when you mention Mayfair, out of all those others, that's the one that jumps out to me. You can't imagine, because we reach and do national issues and have big guests and all that, how many times we've talked about Mayfair, because it's a pivotal area. It's an area that represents what used to be the middle-class dream, move up the boulevard, Mayfair. When you said that, 5 points, things of that nature, it used to be safe, clean, and maybe even bipartisan. Even the Democrats seem to agree back in the day. But Mayfair for the last 5 to 8 years has been under siege, and it's not the Mayfair of the past.
I agree with you. What you will see, the Mayfair of today is just walking around there. You're going to see stores that are closed down, or there's dirty streets, and it's really not it doesn't feel safe. I'll put it that way. You will not see people in Mayfair in the evenings like they used to go shopping and things like that. I'll just say when I was a kid, whether it was Mayfair, and I didn't grow up in Northeast Philadelphia per se. I grew up in Juniata Park. So in that case, my family actually used to go down to Kensington to go shopping. And Mayfair was always the pinnacle. I mean, Kensington, when I was growing up, wasn't bad either. But Mayfair was just a place where you could go and enjoy yourself. And now it's just become run down and worn out.
Yeah, that's exactly my experience. I'm from South Philly, ditto on that in certain areas. So, Bill, do you have a website yet? Do you have a Facebook? Where do people go to connect with Bill Griffin?
Well, what I need folks to do is to possibly visit my website. I need volunteers, and I need people to help me go out and knock doors. And the more people I have, the better reach I'm going to be having, because I need to really work with the community. This is really a grassroots campaign, and I rely on the community support and donations. People can reach me at my website at www.electbillgriffin.com. They can also go on Facebook for Elect Bill electbillgriffin.com, where they can actually go to my email, and that's also electbillgriffin@gmail.com.
Well, Bill, thank you very much. Glad to know you're in this race and your background. Keep us in the loop. Let Henry know when there's something to update, and we'll talk to you again.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bill Griffin here on Talk Radio 1210. Thanks, tip of the hat to Guy Shiraki. So, yeah, this guy Gallagher, Irish, father judge, all those things. Do people not listen to this stuff, or do they buy the excuse like we said yesterday? Yeah, the Democrats made me vote for the bill, but the Senate will never pass it. So you know me, I'm with you. No, you're not. And neither are these two Republicans. If you're in either one's district, I'd love to hear from you. The Hogan guy, fresh off the Brian Fitzpatrick camp, and Tomlinson, heir to her father being a representative. We're trying. We'll bring him on. What transparency? You are making it, as Bill Griffin just said. The donations are there. We're not taking taxpayer money. Accountability. The Philadelphia Public Schools. Can you imagine? Put me in charge. Well, most of them, if not in jail, at least indicted on charges of malfeasance, misfeasance, and any feasance I can think of. If that's not fraud, reading proficiencies in some school down to like 3 to 5%, if that, getting $5 billion a year, and then trying to shake down $250 million more yesterday of state taxpayer dollar monies because they want to fix up their schools. The $5 billion's not enough. You know, come on now. We got to burn some of that. All right, more of your calls coming up, and I'll give you my Toy Story 5 review. Other than how freezing it was very, very good, very clever. A lot of little things. I won't give away anything, but I'll give you the broad strokes of what they were after. Don't think it was quite AI, but something akin to it. Hey, low testosterone doesn't just affect libido. It can quietly drain energy, endurance, and confidence before most men realize what's happening. You start feeling it everywhere, in the gym, on the stairs, even how you move through the day. That's why Rescue created 2 powerful formulas for ultimate male vitality, both available this Men's Health Month as buy one, get 2 more completely free. Prime RX promotes healthy testosterone levels, stamina, strength, and focus, while ActiveFlex supports flexible joints and muscle recovery so movement and performance feel natural again. Go to res-q.com. Use that code FEELSTRONG, all one word, FEELSTRONG, to buy 1 bottle of Prime RX or ActiveFlex and get 2 more free. Or call a product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Move stronger, recover faster, shop online, get your 2 free bottles at res-q.com. Use that code FEELSTRONG.
My name's Rodney Huber. This is my wife, Cynthia. We've been with Crash Proof since 2025.
For someone that's concerned about their financial future, I would encourage them to go to a Crash Proof retirement event. It's about education and the possibilities of your future. In 2026, we earned over 17%. Crash Proof Retirement, true to its word, has not charged us a single fee.
You know where you're at, you have a good idea where you're going, and it's going to be consistent. Crash Proof Retirement has given us the opportunity to keep our money safe and enjoy what this country and our hard work has provided. A 17% return is pretty damn good.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Today's gold price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a 4th-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more.
Today's gold market price is $4,113.15.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
They say everything's better in the summer. I say everything's better down the shore in the summer. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. If you haven't booked your summer getaway yet, what are you waiting for? Book a July midweek stay at My Happy Place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey, and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credits. 5 nights gets you $70 a night, and 7 nights gets you $80 a night in resort credits. You can use those credits on food and beverages at Hemingway's Restaurant and Bar, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand, or the gift shop. Take the kids on a whale watching boat cruise. And when you're planning your summer escape, don't miss July 4th weekend. Make unforgettable memories by the ocean and celebrate our nation's 250th birthday in a truly grand way. Independence Day weekend rooms are filling up fast, so reserve yours today by going to grandhotelcapemay.com. Always book direct with them for the best rates and to get those resort credits. It's giving you money back to spend at the resort. grandhotelcapemay.com, grandhotelcapemay.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. 855-839-1210. Today's side question. Something nostalgic, something like the tram cars I mentioned, still going by here. Oh, my goodness. Driven by a big pickup truck now here in Wildwood. Come on, Mayor Ernie. I know it's difficult, but Toy Story 5, beautifully done. A shift in the major character to Buzz Lightyear, who is my favorite character out of all that anyhow. And somewhat the sheriff. They're the two main characters.
Woody?
Not Woody. I'm sorry. Would she be the deputy sheriff then?
Oh, you're talking about Jessie?
Yeah, Jessie.
Yeah, okay.
And I'd say they're not talking AI, although there is this device called LilyPad that the girl starts to use in order to meet friends, because that's how you have to do it, through screens. And the film essentially is this back and forth between screens, some kind of technology playing, versus actual playing, the dolls, the toys that they get into, and how it's resolved, how they move forward with it is beautifully done. They don't preach about it. It's fun. It's entertaining. I would say it's a little bit above, these things are tricky. I'm trying to think of the other Toy Stories. It's a little bit above more than, it's got to be a 9 or 10-year-old, I think, to get in tune with it. And I think these are some of the best films ever made, though. Films that can be both for adults and kids. Maybe that's why it did, I think, 160 plus domestically. People are yearning for something like that. I don't know what the all-time film is, Henry, that's for adults and kids. Can you think of one where they would, the trickiness of that is very difficult.
Yeah. Well, when I think animated, I do think about The Incredibles. Because Brad Bird, he made that film for adults, but it was marketed to kids. But if you watch The Incredibles, yeah, it's not really a kid's movie, but kids love it. Like, I loved that. It came out when I was 5, and I loved it then.
Yeah, well, a lot of kids, of course, some of them young, though. I don't know, like a 4 or 5-year-old going, they may think it's cute. One little girl got up on the stage there because Stone Harbor has like entertainment or something and was dancing as the credits were going through. Some people were like, get her the hell out of there. And others taking pictures of her. So stuff like that happens. But I think it's a great summer film. The message does not hit you over the head, but it does underline the whole idea of screens and how parents as a group nationwide are ferreting this stuff out. The Haidt guy, the guy that wrote the book about this a couple of years ago, I guess, has really struck a chord around this. Now, what do we do about it, particularly in schools? That's where the battle is. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you just push pound 1210. 2 o'clock, Dave Sunday, Attorney General of Pennsylvania. He's charged with overseeing Larry Krasner. He, I think, let him explain why. He said, yeah, Josh Shapiro can keep the $1 million of improvements, security improvements at his home. Both. He's got a lot on Medicaid fraud. And we'll talk also about our host here at the Wildwood Convention Center. Guess what their theme this year is? The Wildwoods are affordable. There you go. All right, 855-839-1210.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Dawn here. You know, with gas prices on top of everyone's minds right now, what about a hybrid? There are a lot of gas-saving options available from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. The Honda hybrid lineup includes the Accord, the Civic, or the CR-V SUV. Take advantage right now of 2.99% financing, 36 months, or 3.99% for 60 months on the CR-V. Experience award-winning hybrid performance today. Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. PIAZZA, PiazzaHonda.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
If you're ready to propose, step up to the fifth C. Color, cut, clarity, carrot, and cozy. At Cozy Jewelers, you sit down directly with Paul to design a custom engagement ring that tells your story. And because he's the manufacturer, you get exceptional quality and value. No mass-produced settings, no shortcuts. Every piece is carefully inspected before it leaves. For a ring built to last generations, go see Paul at Cozy Jewelers.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Hey, Albert, can you help us plan and budget for a bathroom renovation?
I certainly can. Let me review your finances.
Who are you talking to?
Albert, my AI financial assistant that I can access right in the app. It automates all things finance, moves money, pays bills, creates personalized alerts, finds savings, and so much more.
Your bathroom renovation financial plan is ready. I found cash you can put aside, and to cover the rest, Albert can get you up to $10,000 fast.
Can you find contractors nearby within our budget?
Here's a list of contractors. Would you like help requesting a $10,000 loan for your bathroom renovation?
Yes! Download the Albert app and use promo code FUTURE to access Genius. Plus, get up to $10,000 for whatever you need. Just download the Albert app right now and use promo code FUTURE to get up to $10,000. That's promo code FUTURE.
Babbel proudly presents The Bookstore Bungle.
Librairie means library in French, right?
Yeah, obviously.
I just love a library.
The French are so loud, though.
Yeah. Hey, be quiet. This is a library. S'il vous plaît.
Ce n'est pas une bibliothèque.
Bibliothèque? I I think that's Spanish, ma'am.
You are in a bookstore, not a library. Oh.
No more bookstore bungles with Babbel.
Ah, tourist.
Learn to speak like a local and act like one too. Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to get up to 50% off. Babbel.com.
It is Dom time. It's balmy again, Henry. Here I see the sun outside. Open up the big picture window. I want some air in here. Sort of the sun.
Right.
Now people are walking along. No depression. They're happy. Let's run to the beaches. Let's be filming a day like this. Well, our friends from the Wildwood Convention Center here at 1:30, their theme this year, affordability of the Wildwoods. They just had the big summer concert, country concert, 40,000 people on the beaches. A couple of quick things. Happened to be watching today Action News, getting ready before I came over here, and they teased up this idea that in Italy, several cultural places are banning the flip-flop. Now, the story started with this town that's connected to other towns, but you have to go over some rough terrain, so they don't let you walk it if you're a tourist, and the fine could be $2,900 for wearing flip-floppery. I am the ultimate enemy of the flip-flop. I hate the flip-flop. It looks bad on women. Come on. And on men, ridiculous. But La Scala, the opera house, they won't let you in. And in Milan and other places, you're seen as just a tourist and kind of gauche if you're wearing the flip-flop.
I hope you're not wearing flip-flops to the opera house.
Yeah. Oh, they won't let you in.
Good.
Henry,
Yeah, I'm behind. I like flip-flops, but I'm behind. Yeah. Don't wear flip-flops to the opera house.
Oh, you like the flip-flop, huh?
I do, yeah. I got a nice pair of rainbows. They're
okay.
Relatively comfy. I'm not the biggest fan of them, but I'll wear them to the beach.
Oh, yeah, to the beach. That's okay. Yeah. I have an old pair of dude shoes that wore out that I wear to the beach now.
Yeah.
You ever seen the dude shoe?
I don't know if I have.
It's the ones I was wearing to Mulligan's the other day. I have a whole line of them.
I don't know if I saw your feet all day at Mulligan's.
Yeah. Kirk probably has it on film for those of you wanting dude shoes. Just reel through and you'll see it. Okay. The other thing caught my attention this morning. Hillary Clinton is doing some kind of documentary on America and elections, and again goes after the Electoral College. So I'm looking on CNN principally, a brawl. The Electoral College is, in the minds of Ana Navarra and the other progressives, all about slavery. That's where it came from, slavery. Give the slave states a blocking power. No, it's not. We know what it's about. We know the genius of it. We know that it's to give the smaller states some degree of representation, a shot, if you will. And we know what they're up to. They just want to overwhelm us with the popular vote. They don't want the Electoral College. They don't even want the results of the election. They're getting closer and closer to that magic 270 states pledge to say whoever wins the popular vote, they're the president. And the Electoral College at least gives some semblance of representation. And I know it's down only at this point to maybe 8, 9, or 10 swing states, but we should be trying to increase that rather than getting rid of the Electoral College. But on and on it goes with this. It is their enemy. By the way, my update, because there's nothing totally new on Iran. When I get back on Monday, maybe we'll have something fuller. And as far as I can tell, the Iranians are going to drag their feet. We're going to come to another moment with President Trump. Will he or won't he have to level them again? You know it, and I know it. They're not just going to magically turn and go away. They're going to play this out for the 60 days. He's going to say, I see what you're doing. We see J.D. Vance saying, the vice president, they've agreed to inspections Then they say they have it in that manner, and we're back to cockamamie inspections like in the Obama years. And then we keep hearing that they will, the money they get back, the unfrozen assets, will go toward American farmers because they'll be needing food. Okay, if that actually comes about, I can live with that. That's a good thing. But we are in this constant, and look, I don't blame the administration on this. This is what you get when you have to deal with Iran in this manner. All right, now this guy, Graham Plattner, he's a gift that keeps on giving. He did a rally in the last day or so with Planned Parenthood, you know, the oyster farmer. And listen to what he said was such a benefit of Planned Parenthood that he could go there, he'd be tested for STDs. Here's the oyster farmer.
Part of that, as many of you know, is that I firmly believe in a universal health care system. I believe in it because I have in many ways received it with my VA benefits. But I will also say that many of my female friends and my wife throughout their lives have received some form of that same kind of support from Planned Parenthood. I have friends who even today get primary care through Planned Parenthood. I myself, at a younger age, received I get STI checks at the Portland Planned Parenthood, and it's not an embarrassing thing. It's a smart thing to do, especially when you're younger.
All righty then, let's get those women out there with old Graham. This guy, it's endless, but he is saying enough of the psychobabble, enough of the wild stuff. I'm telling you, today is a major day in New York with these primaries. If Mandani is getting people, extreme progressives, over the finish line, anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic, anti-Israel haters, not just Trump haters, people that don't know anything about America other than they hate it, it's going to be very interesting to see how Democrats put together their coalition, because these people are not going to be in sync with Hakeem Jeffries or anything like that. And I do think they're going to win today. All the signs are there. Here is one of the reasons why this is cut for. Here's Harry Enton, the guy we refer to all the time, on CNN. And this number astounded me. What percentage, Henry, will you cut this? Kirk, I'll ask you. What percentage would you say of Democrats have a favorable view of socialism? When they're told straight up it's socialism, how many are favorable toward that?
I would say 20%.
20%. Henry, did you see the number when you were cutting?
I did see the number, yes.
Yeah, did you think it was pretty high?
I thought it was very high.
Yeah, I was surprised. I thought admitting
I wasn't surprised, though.
No, but I thought admitting it, you know what I mean, in polling, maybe 40% would say favorable. Maybe they'd kid them, oh, no, not socialism. They say something like, no, not socialism. I just want something that's fair. Here's Harry Enton breaking down the latest on that.
2010, they were about equal. 50% had a favorable view of socialism. 51% said the same about capitalism. But capitalism has absolutely fallen through the floor. Look at this. It's now just 42% of Democrats who have a favorable view of capitalism. Socialism, on the other hand, up like a rocket. Look at this. 2 in 3 Democrats have a favorable view of socialism. So socialism is on the rise among Democrats. Capitalism is on the decline among Democrats.
Whoa.
All right, 66%. Favorable view of socialism. Now, we know all the gymnastics that go into that. Bernie Sanders gives them the playbook, which is, we're not talking about socialism like in fill in the box where it's not worked. Well, where has it worked? Then they'll usually reference Denmark or something like that, even though they have a market economy. They will leave out what percentage you will pay up and down the line, not just the so-called oligarchs and billionaires. What percentage in this would you pay in your taxes? I would love to ask them that question. If you have a favorable view of socialism, do you realize it would cost even the average person over 50% of their income total from all these entities in taxation? Are you okay with that? Because I'm looking at this couple that the New York Post features today, and they are in the Hamptons. They are at least, it seems to be guesstimate, worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And the New York Post story talks about how they're the driving force for socialism and socialist candidates like we're seeing in New York and around the country. So you have these very, very wealthy people. And sometimes when you get to a certain level of wealth, you don't want to press for more. Like, what's the point? You have enough to be wealthy for the rest of your life, at least on paper. What do you look for? You look for influence. You look for power. You look for something else with your money. Now, some of these guys, you would say, well, if they made $1 billion, why are they trying to make $2 billion? The ones I've interviewed, it's kind of like they're keeping score. You know, $2 billion is better than $1 billion. Yeah, but after you make $10 billion, don't you know? With some, it doesn't abate. And they realize, in addition to their own wealth, they are creating wealth, many of them anyhow. So is there any limit to that? In some cases, no. In some cases, people say, I'm going to use that because I want something else. I want something political, or I want some kind of power base. And they're able to use that money and sit on it. And it's astounding. Elizabeth Warren, or Bernie Sanders has 3 homes. Some of them pretty affluent. One where he stays when he's in Washington is very near the Capitol in a ritzy neighborhood. So yes, they want wealth. And the thing you always have to do with them, I say it all the time, is we have to ask specifics. How much is too much? What's the number? How can you complain and attack and be for these things if you're worth over $1 million? Well, $1 million's nothing. All right, is it 2 million then? Is it 3 million? What's the number? They don't want to talk about the number. They just want to say it's excessive. But this couple in the Hamptons is a perfect example, worth 100 million or more, and yet the biggest architects of socialism and pushing this. Now, we know with the Nepo babies, they didn't earn it. So, of course, to them, it's thrilling to have all that money, never have to worry about it. It's not a thing you work for. So what the heck? Why can't you be a savior, through socialism? But that number, I don't doubt it now, 66% have a favorable view. And the thing about socialism versus communism, unless you're completely uneducated, I'm going to tell you about something, too. I don't know why the guy won't come on. I know Henry's tried multiple times. We have a guy in Pennsylvania who has a bill that you must teach about socialism, and you must teach clinically what's happened with socialism everywhere that it's done. And Henry, that guy never seems to respond. When he does, he can't do it, etc. He's got a bill in the House on that. Now, those Democrats are not going to pass a bill that you have to teach truthfully about socialism in the public schools. My God. What happens is every 8 to 10 years, it comes around again, and it has a novelty appeal. Like, wow, why didn't we think about that before? Wow, that's exciting. Yeah. If we do that, just think of how happy everybody will be, and everybody will have X, Y, and Z. Yeah, but let's go back. The people that are in power on the Democrat side, the Pelosi's, how much are they worth? It varies. Ro Khanna, I saw the other day, has made tens of thousands, apparently, of stock trades, big time. And yet he lectures about this. How do they get away with it? Well, they get away with it because of the novelty factor of socialism and because the media doesn't want to delve into this, and we go round and round with it. The only thing I could say to do is get your kids out of the public schools, and/or we have to pass stuff that certain things have to be taught in the public schools, and socialism would be one to start with. Now, if you want to bring in people and debate it, I'm fine with that. But in the end, does the evidence not point toward what happens with socialism? Of course it does. The novelty idea, though, it's exciting. It gets the juices flowing. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. As far as Graham Plattner with STDs, I guess he's okay. I guess they're okay. Believe all. By the way, the Plattner thing, I'll summarize it this way. They're saying, yes, we believe all women, the women that talked about this guy, but Plattner is not the Plattner of them. He's a redeemed guy now, so he gets a pass. Well, Well, isn't that lacking in accountability? If you believe he did that to those women, where's the penalty now that he's going to be a senator? Well, we're not addressing that. We need to win that seat. Side question. Something nostalgic, something like the tram cars that you think should come back or should have never gone. Henry, with the mall. Yeah, we'll have to do. Henry, when does that close again, the Exton Mall?
End of the month. So in a week.
The end of the month. All right, I'll be back. We're going to have to do a special ceremony around the Exton Mall. Some of the particulars Henry laid out there with the Chick-fil-A and everything else.
First in PA.
Yeah. Why is the Cherry Hill Mall then, seemingly anyhow, so successful? It seems to be blossoming. I mean, it's great. It's right on highways and all. And it's in a place where I guess it's suburbia big time. But these other malls, they're closing, like the Exton Mall. Cherry Hill Mall, though, seems to succeed big time. 855-839-1210. Grab a line. You're with Dom, Henry, and Kirk on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle.
Yes.
Oh, there's a robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness, tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands and feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE, SIPC.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never the victim of a rideshare accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a rideshare injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever. And we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. All
right, Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. You get on board the vagaries of technology. They must have heard me talking about Toy Story, Henry. I have to reboot, so you control. Let's bring Michael of Wilmington in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Michael, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. How are you, my good sir? How's everything down at the Jersey Shore today?
Balmy for a moment, then not so good again. People depressed again, but what are you going to do? It'll pass.
I hear you. It'll definitely pass, yeah, for sure. So, yeah, this was a great side question, Dom. And the first thing that came to my mind when I thought of something nostalgic that has changed, I think a lot of us, I think you, I know Kirk, I'm sure Henry, and a lot of our listeners, was this cereal box prizes. I used to love the cereal box prize when I was a kid. I couldn't wait for my dad or mom to get the cereal box. Either wait to the end and dig in that box, or sometimes fool my mom and dad with my brother, take the box, cut open the top, dump it in a bowl, get the prize, and then put the cereal back in the box. And now they've got the QR code, and they've ruined the whole kind of mystique and the excitement of those cereal box prizes, where now all you have to do is you take your phone and you scan it. And God only knows what it is. I see my niece and nephew doing it, but it's nothing like it used to be. That was the ultimate. You buy the cereal and you get that cool
simple
prize.
Type of thing. Yeah, what might be in there? Baseball cards had a lot of that sort of stuff, of who you might get, and putting the baseball card in the spokes of a bike, stuff that went on. Sure, absolutely. That's a good one.
The waterproof, the waterproof tattoo. Sometimes they'd have the little G.I. Joe action figure. They'd have like the little race car. I couldn't wait to get those things. They'd have the coolest little toys in the cereal boxes. Now it's a QR code. I'm like, man, you stripped away all the excitement for the kids.
Very nice. Yeah, that is a good one, Michael. Thank you. Thanks very much, Mike. Stay well. Robert in Ben Salem is next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert. Afternoon.
Hey, Dom, Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today. I don't think that the Democrats are able to cheat with the Electoral College the way they are with the popular vote, so that's probably why they hate it so much.
Well, of course. I mean, then every vote, piling up a vote in New York City, what's it going to do? You're already leading New York. Of course, it would provoke cheating on a level that would be unbelievable.
The Electoral College makes it harder to succeed at cheating, in my view. But you know that there's one segment of the workforce that always does well whenever a Republican, it doesn't even have to be Trump, whenever a Republican's in office, the investigative reporting employees for the mainstream networks suddenly have a whole lot to do. If you'll notice, they were on hiatus. They were on hiatus for 4 years while Biden was president, but now they're out doing human interest stories on the effects of gas prices and stuff. And them and academia are why so many of these nudnik Democrats are all in on socialism. The media and academia did their job well with this generation, Dom, and it's really something that needs to be reversed.
It does. As I said, Robert, we were really trying to push this guy in Pennsylvania, at least, who has a bill that socialism would be taught. And again, clinically, we could show the evidence of that wherever it is. And if they want to say it'll be different somewhere else, at least we have a fighting shot. It's the novelty of it, the ignorance that this has been done before, that drives it.
Yeah, but novelty, when you attach it to something that has failed repeatedly over the last 200 years, kind of loses its meaning. You know what I mean? And that's why I think academia and the media had to do what they did in order to get kids to view socialism positively. But I think a lot of them, when they grow up, will grow out of it, Dom. It's like, your eyes are going to open when you start paying taxes. Things change, and I think that's where academia and the mainstream media tend to lose a lot of their accolades. Reality shows that.
I would agree, but they are winning the Democrat Party, though, right now. There are enough of them at this point. They're gaining every day. It's not just liberal. It's a progressive party now, without a doubt.
Yeah, but I think their gains are within the Democratic Party, and I think in the end that's going to hurt them nationally. But that's just my opinion, I'll get to my side answer. Dom, I think it's all part and parcel to the wussification of America. When I was a kid, when we went to the swimming pool, there were glass containers. People ran. They had diving boards that you could do flips off of, and you could take rafts, throw balls around. And now you can't do any of that. Somebody gets hurt on a diving board, so their lawyer sees a payday. Now nobody can jump in off of diving boards anymore. No pools have diving boards anymore. And if you walk more than a fast-paced walk, stop running. Last year I went to a pool, and I didn't dive in because you can't dive into pools anymore, which is absurd. But I just jumped in feet first, and the lady said, you can't jump in. You just got to, walk in the steps or lower yourself off the side of the pool. And I'm like, this isn't a senior citizen's home. What are you talking about? It's just a wussification, and lawyers have ruined so many nostalgic things in this country, and swimming is one of them. And I really appreciate the time, Dom, and you guys have a great day, all right?
Yeah, thank you, Robert, very much. All right, that's a good one. That's what we're looking for. That was a full and complete answer there. How about, I don't know when the era started, and I think Henry's in this camp that agrees with it, though. There was at some point where modesty took over, and showers in high schools now are storage areas.
Yep.
You used to shower after gym.
Yeah, not anymore.
Yeah. So you never did that, Henry, right? When
No,
you were
never
going to
had
school.
to.
No. And what would be the objection?
Not enough time, I guess, and I guess the general awkwardness of drop and trowel.
Awkward. Yeah, it is
Not
awkward.
wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Well, what do you do with sports, though? You don't shower there, you go home?
Oh, like after practice?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just hop in the car and leave.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's okay. I get that. But when you're, going to go, I didn't have gym in high school. But if I did, it could have been third or fourth period in the morning. That's sweating for 4 or 5 more periods.
Yeah, see, I had mine in 7th period, so I just had to get through, algebra, and then I was home free.
Man.
My gym was first thing in the morning.
Yeah, you were walking around stinky all day.
It was horrific.
All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware. Phil's on Talk Radio 1210. Afternoon, Phil.
And good afternoon. How's everyone doing on this sunny day?
Fantastic.
Yeah, I'm pretending. That's what I'm doing down here, yes.
Remember, if you think it might come true.
Exactly right.
I remember a bunch of us going to Sea Isle City every year, and you know what? Some of the best days were days when it was raining, seeing the surf, playing games, watching videos, and it was just people talking with people.
I hear you. Phil, what are you doing after this? I'll put you on a video conference with Ro to convince her of that. She's not convinced of anything. She's a sun person, and that's it.
I'll send her the videos of no phones, no anything other than games, videos, and conversation.
All right. You're making an effort here. What's your side today, Phil?
Well, real quick, I want to say in the last 24 or 36 hours, I have never seen so many socialist messages from our Delaware legislators. The swing from Democrats to socialists, the best thing would be if they had their own party, we could split their votes and come through and win.
Well, and what they're doing now, they think they're clever. Some of them don't want to say, I'm a socialist. They'll say, I'm a democratic socialist.
Well, how stupid can anybody be? I mean, it's not even you have to think about it for a week to see through it. It's unbelievably like the woman running today in New York. Come on. She says, I've changed. I don't believe Israel should be burnt. I don't believe America should be destroyed. No, we're all together. Come
exactly. Until she gets elected. Phil, what's your side?
Side is Mr. Peanut on the boardwalk. I remember years and years of seeing it, then it disappeared, and I'm waiting for it to come back like those little delivery AI scooters. A computer-operated Mr. Peanut running up and down the boardwalk.
I love Mr. Peanut, as everyone knows. Well played, Neil.
Playing you.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. You get a line. Lou Belasco, speaking of Wildwood, our host here, every year with Dom Giordano, and they put me, Henry, in the boardroom. I'm chairman of the board these days that I'm here.
Whoa, nice.
All right, knock down that bridge out there. Get on it. Bring back Mr. Peanut. All right. Lou Belasco will be with us next. And guess what their theme is this year? Executive Director of the Wildwoods Convention Center. By the way, I think it's only, 7 square miles? I'll ask him. Or 5 square miles. And yet they have 4 mayors and city councils. There's Wildwood Crest, where I am, Wildwood, North Wildwood, the North Wildwood Wilderness. Remember that from the mayor? No, it's West Wild. Have you ever been to West Wildwood, Henry?
I don't think I've ever heard of that until right now.
Think of where
Same
Uri's is when you come in over the bridge over there. I think it's about 3 blocks by 2 blocks.
There's no way.
And it seems to be everybody's related, if you know what I mean, over the years that's on the town council there. I've never gotten on the mayor of West Wildwood before. There is. So there are 4 municipalities just in that small area. Wow.
That's
and
crazy.
You have to service all of them. So, there's a lot of politics here in the Wildwoods. All right, Lou Belasco is next. It's 855-839-1210. I'm the chairman here, Dom Giordano Show.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
93% of Pennsylvanians killed in a car crash while unbelted could have survived if they'd just buckled up. One simple click, a second of your time. It's the difference between making it home to your loved ones or not making it home at all. Whether you're a driver or a passenger, make the life-changing choice to wear a seatbelt every drive, every time. It's not just the law, it's common sense. Buckle up, PA. Learn more at PennDOT.pa.gov/safety.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. It all ends July 4th. Staples. That was easy.
Weather is sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
The forecast remains unsettled heading through the afternoon. It'll be mostly cloudy with showers at times with a high 76. For tonight, clearing skies becoming less humid, low 64 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And for Wednesday, a mixture of sunshine and clouds. It'll be warmer but not humid with a high 86.
Make this summer the one you finally love your kitchen. Dawn Stensland here. Kitchen Magic, family owned in Nazareth since 1979, offering 40% off installation and flexible financing. Visit kitchenmagic.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, exactly. Where else? Where else but the storied Wildwoods? All four of them. And our host every year is Lou Belasco, Executive Director of the Wildwoods Convention Center. He's right down the hallway from me due to the technical issues. Henry, did you ever see the thing you have to do to bring up a caller here in front of you?
No.
Looks like the bumper of a car I'd have to carry down here.
Gosh.
Oh, yeah. It's this big, it's shaped out, and you got to plug things and replug them. So Lou is ensconced in his office. Let's go to Lou Belasco here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lou, thanks for joining us. Sorry for the awkwardness of one phone call to another room.
Nah, no worries, Dom. It's always great to be on here with you, and we're glad to have you here today.
Well, another outstanding, and I would say it this way because I kind of got some of the numbers. The Barefoot Festival again here, the Country Music Festival, you had about 40,000 people on the beach on Saturday, but we must have come through. Now, they were probably down there on the beach at that point, Oak Avenue, that area, and the traffic, there was no traffic jam or whatever, and that's really the first year that I can say that because of the police did an unbelievable job, and I hear the parking was even better.
We have proven time and time again that here in the Wildwoods, we can handle very large national events that go well beyond our capability that you would expect on a roughly 6 square mile island. There's a lot of weekends here in the summer where the Wildwoods are the largest city in the state of New Jersey. Close to 350,000 people a weekend coming in through here. And it's just amazing to see. And the job that our police and fire and public safety departments do, all the way, even the lifeguards contribute a huge amount to us being able to handle these crowds. And every year it is just a godsend that if we are able to pull these events off in such a manner that I would think make a lot of large metropolitan areas take notice, and they should really look to our guys for some guidance because they really get it moved in and moved out, and there's never a problem.
Oh, absolutely. I can say boots on the ground. I've seen it. I've seen it with the Trump event that time here on the beach. It was overwhelming, but so well done. Lou, I'm told the theme this year of the Wildwoods, and you guys, I'm sure, have good guts and also analytics that tap into it of where people are, and that would be affordability is the theme. So affordability as far as free things to do, and I'm sure looking at what it costs to rent here would be part of it.
Yeah, I mean, there's very few places in New Jersey you can go where you can enjoy a free beach, let alone one the size of ours and a world-class beach. I mean, I'll put us against any beach in this country or even on this hemisphere. And to be able to enjoy that completely free, and then in conjunction with that, we have outdoor concerts 5 nights a week that are totally free. We put on fireworks every Friday night, totally free. You can even watch some movies under the stars on Tuesday nights, and we have the largest farmers market at the Jersey Shore. So, and then you couple that with 160 free events and festivals all season long. And there's really no budget that the Wildwoods cannot accommodate.
And Lou, next time we talk later in the summer, we'll go into great detail. But Wildwood has become at least a 10-month-a-year destination, if not more. And that says something. I can remember not too far back, maybe you had 4 or 5 months. But, boy, some of those September events, we were here with Kelsey Grammer over at Mulligan's for the Irish weekend. Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
It's just amazing who comes here.
Yeah, it's right up there with July 4th and Barefoot in terms of number of visitors that we have come onto this island that weekend. And again, it's because we offer a wide variety of things for people to do. You take that weekend, for example, and you can go down and enjoy the Irish Fall Festival, and it might be more enjoyable if you reach in your pocket, but you don't have to. You can go walk and see all the sights, and if you don't want to go to that festival, you got the Seafarers, which again totally free, right by Sunset Lake and Wildwood Crest. So there is just so much to do on this island. We could spend your entire show talking about the things that there are to do in the Wildwoods and what people can expect as they come down here to visit every year. It's just it's utterly amazing, and you can never forget. Right outside your window, you're probably looking right at it right now. The number one boardwalk in the country, voted through from USA Today, beat out every boardwalk all around the country, and you can just go up there, walk. It is 38 blocks of pure sensory overload with 3 amusement piers, rides everywhere.
Yeah, Lou, you know what, though? That sensory overload, we've had Robert Kennedy Jr. on. You'll be getting a knock on your door from him because I'm sure the nutritional requirements met there. I don't know how many things you can fry, but they're frying them on the boardwalk.
And they're all Maha approved.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've checked.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Well, Lou, and it's day by day. You do have a great website where people can see each event that's up there day by day. Where do they go, Lou?
WildwoodsNJ.com. That's Wildwoods with an S, NJ.com. Our events calendar is kept up to date hourly almost on some occasions, and it's a great place to go. Once you have your weeks picked out, see what's happening here. And it may be how you pick out your weeks that you want to come down and visit. The calendar is just chock full of things to do and gives you a good idea of where to take your family and what to do while you're here.
The 4th of July, Lou, what is the theme this year? What are you doing around 4th of July?
It's America 250. We're having a huge celebration. We're actually our events are starting off on the 2nd. We're having several patriotic events down in Wildwood Crest, the Anglesey Night Market down in North Wildwood. The Army Band will be playing in Fox Park right across the street from where you and I are sitting right now in Wildwood. And, again, at a free concert, so come on down and enjoy. And then we're going to have probably the best fireworks in the country that will go off on Friday night, or on July 4th, which would be Saturday. So it's going to be a gangbusters. The Wildwoods, as you're aware, Dom, is one of the most patriotic shore communities that exists. When we play that national anthem every day at 11 o'clock, that bustling boardwalk comes to a complete stop as everybody stops and pays homage to the national anthem. And we intend to fully lean into and celebrate our country's 250th year of freedom for all.
Absolutely, Lou. It is a great moment, and anybody that doesn't, the stairs and the whatever, they whisper to them, they stop. It is a great tradition, unlike any other, Lou. Thanks for having me, and we will catch up in July with all the big events continuing. Great. I appreciate it, Tom. All right, thank you, Lou. Lou Belasco here, the executive director of the Wildwoods Convention Center and Chamber, with all these events coming our way. Hey, Henry, if you could put your finger on it, coming up, he said something that triggers me. It's always a good time to play this. Hank Johnson, when he asked about Guam tipping over, the esteemed congressman asking the admiral, you just heard Lou Belasco say you can get here in the Wildwoods 350,000 people on a weekend. I don't think the Wildwoods, Congressman, are as big as Guam. Do you? All right, we'll play that for you coming up. If you ever have a chance to see aerial photos, to see that it actually is a barrier island, whatever they talk about, and you see it, you go, oh, my God, how do they get that many people in here? Hit us on the side question, too. Something that you're nostalgic for should not have been changed, even if it's rumored to change. Henry had a great one on the Exton Mall, which is closing. 855-839-1210. At 2 o'clock, we are going to talk with the Attorney General of Pennsylvania. That is Dave Sunday. Big get, because he's a very busy guy on top of many things. I'll ask him about Krasner. All these Krasner appeals now, he's the guy that has to ride herd on that. And I differ with him. We'll hear his explanation Why did he say that Josh Shapiro can keep that $1 million extension of security over his home? We'll see. You know, he's got his reasons too. I have mine. And he has been better than any attorney general in the country on fraud in general, I think, but Medicaid particularly. All that straight ahead, 855-839-1210. Let's talk about Diane Giordano for a moment. Attention, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, future home sellers. If you're an empty nester or senior, and you're even thinking about selling in the next year or two, this message is for you. The biggest mistakes most homeowners make is starting too late. Then the pressure hits. Where are we going to go? What do we fix? What do we leave alone? How much will this cost? How do I price my house? Will the inspection become a problem? Are we leaving money on the table because we waited too long? It's time to call my great friend Diane Cardano-Casaccio, Cardano Realtor. She helps homeowners create a smart plan before the stress, the clutter, the repairs, and the costly decisions pile up, because selling after 60 is different. It's your home, your money, your memories, and your next chapter, and it deserves a real strategy. Call Diane now to get a free copy of her book, Model Home Mindset. Sell smart, avoid costly mistakes. Call 215-576-8666. This is great information. Or online, 215-576-8666.com.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, company's coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Bring on the fun and bring home a new Honda with a great deal on your favorite Honda vehicles. And finally take that road trip you've been dreaming of. Now's the time to check out the Honda Civic and HR-V from Honda, the 2026 KBB.com best value brand. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 3.49% APR on a 2026 HR-V.
Visit Piazza Hyundai of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on 2026 Consumer Choice Awards from Kelley Blue Book. Visit KBB.com for more information.
Find your dream home this summer with American Heritage Credit Union's MyCU Home Connection program. Buyers and sellers gain access to exclusive savings and benefits, like a 20% cash reward. Enjoy lower rates and a variety of terms. Refinancing options are also available. Celebrating 250 years of the American dream. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to apply for a free pre-approval today. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
All right, Tom Giordano show. So we just heard Lou Belasco talking about Wildwood. Imagine 350,000 people in here on a weekend. You heard him about the 6 square miles, the Wildwoods. Here is, maybe you've never heard it before. I can't play it enough. How moronic do you have to be in Congress? How many pauses are you allowed? Here is the all-timer, Congressman Hank Johnson, with some poor admiral being asked, well, if we put 7,000 or 8,000 more military on Guam, might it tip over, capsize? Here's how it sounded.
This is a island that at its widest level is 12 miles from shore to shore, and at its smallest level or smallest location, it's 7 miles between one shore and the other. Is that correct?
I don't have the exact dimensions, but to your point, sir, I think Guam is a small island.
Very small island, and about 24 miles, if I recall, long. So 24 miles long, about 7 miles wide at the least widest place on the island, and about 12 miles wide on the widest part of the island. And I don't know how many square miles that is.
We'll do the math for you. Hurry.
I don't have that figure with me, sir. I can certainly supply it to you if you'd like.
Yeah, my fear is that the whole island will become so overly populated that it will tip over and capsize.
We don't anticipate that.
Henry, wouldn't you like to be inside the mind of that admiral? Well, we don't anticipate that.
Yeah, like him just sitting there, like thinking, like where is this Johnson guy going?
Yeah,
you know?
right. Yeah.
And
well,
then at the end of it, you still don't know what he's at, and then he's like, "Are you afraid it's going to capsize?"
Yeah.
No.
And I always reference Wildwood. I don't think it's as big as Guam here. You just heard Lou Belasco say they get 300 to 350,000 people in the Wildwood some weekends, some big days. Is Hank Johnson going to come over here, hold hearings? Is Wildwood going to capsize? Don't be the last person on. That could happen. I mean, you don't want to be there. This guy is just, he's the same guy who said he shouldn't say the word midgets, then he said it 4 times. And he wanted to know about how many midgets could fight a giant. And he also wanted to know what would happen if we banned helium.
Helium equity.
Yeah, the inequity and the monsters and the midgets. I shouldn't have said midgets. All right, coming up, we are going to speak with Dave Sunday, who is the Attorney General of Pennsylvania. As I said, and we've been waiting to get him on. Nice work by Henry, really busy guy. He is the guy that takes care of the Krasner appeals now. Has to go through his office. It's unprecedented with the Supreme Court doing that. But also, he's the one that made the decision. I thought it was correct by Stacey Garrity. He says she's correct, too. Why give Josh Shapiro the $1 million addition to his house then for security? But Medicaid, he has been unbelievable at chasing that down and also breaking up drugs in Philadelphia. So the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Dave Sunday, is with us. That's next on Talk Radio 1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Summer means vacations, road trips, and spending more time on the road with family and friends. Before your next adventure, make sure your vehicle is ready with United Tire's 4th of July sale. Through July 3rd, receive an instant $104 savings on any set of 4 tires, plus free road hazard coverage on trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, Continental, and more. It's one of the best tire deals of the summer and a great way to help keep your family safe on the road. Visit your local United Tire today. Don't drive alone, drive United.
Horizon Home Services is here to make taking care of your cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems feel as simple as waving a wand with Comfort 360, the whole home protection membership. For just $19.99 a month, make getting maintenance, repairs, and replacements easier with 2 HVAC tune-ups a year and waived diagnostic fees with repairs. Plus, members get exclusive savings like 15% off any service. No magic spells required. Live comfortably ever after with Comfort 360. Learn more at horizonservices.com/comfort360.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
All right, big 2 o'clock hour. We'll start off in a moment with Attorney General Dave Sunday. He might be on Zoom, so youtube.com/1210. But let you know, as soon as we know, he's making every effort to really go out. We appreciate that. He is a key guy, very busy. He has done great work so far, and now he's entrusted with the Krasner Watch. I think it was 110 cases. I'll let him explain, though, what he can tell us about it, of all these appeals that Krasner was engaged in, and sometimes saying, yeah, we have to dismiss this case, not guilty from 40 years ago and something. You know what's been going on with that. It is shocking that the Pennsylvania Supreme Court would push back, and they actually did something. They rerouted that freelance nonsense of Krasner through a sober and brilliant guy heading up the AG's office. So we'll ask about that in a moment. And by the way, it was Johnny Doc's brother who wrote the most stinging approach to this whole thing. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. We also have Dom's Money Melody. Yesterday was wonderful. You win a copy of Scott Jennings' book. We'll determine the winner of the week on the side question, since it's a brief week for me. Mary Walter sitting in for me tomorrow. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Is he on Zoom, Henry?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's go to the Attorney General of the state, Dave Sunday here. General, welcome to Talk Radio 1210. Thanks for carving out some time of tracking down all the stuff you're working on across the state.
It's great to be here. Thank you for having me, and I wish I was at the beach with you.
It's not that balmy. Where do you guys go? I mean, you're in a different part of the state. Do you have to travel all the way to the Jersey Shore? Where would you go?
I was, my entire life, our vacation spot was Ocean City, New Jersey. My wife and I were married in Cape May. And, when I got out of the Navy when I was 22, I went to Belmar, New Jersey a lot with my best friend from the Navy, who's a police officer in Jersey.
Ah, well, we got to get you down here. We do broadcast out of our favorite watering hole, Mulligan's, right here in Wildwood. So let's see if we can accomplish that. But you are an extremely busy guy. And this Supreme Court, in legal terms at your level, maybe you can put it into perspective. To me, as someone who dropped out of law school, it is big when the Supreme Court, particularly a Philadelphian, the brother of Johnny Dock, read the riot act here of what DA Larry Krasner has been doing in these cases. I believe in question might be up to 110 of them. So tell us what's going on with that, how your role in this, what is it exactly?
So long story short, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court, in an unprecedented ruling, said that the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office has to notify us in the event that they are going to concede an issue in what's called a Post-Conviction Relief Act. So what that means very simply is in Pennsylvania, you have defendants, you might have people that are incarcerated. There's a method for them to challenge a conviction, and it's through a Post-Conviction Relief Act. And what was happening was individuals were challenging convictions from decades ago. And the Pennsylvania Supreme Court found that the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office, that they were conceding, basically saying, we agree. In cases where there should have been advocacy from the prosecutor about why the conviction should stand. And so because of that, again, this is unprecedented. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruled that the Philly DA's office has to notify the Attorney General in the event that they want to concede a case. And so we then have the option of intervening and taking over the case at that point.
Isn't this very reminiscent, the last thing you just said, Attorney General, about intervening? Remember, and you and I may have talked about this with the whole SEPTA thing and crimes
Yes.
and how far SEPTA extended. I have to say, usually in talk radio, and you know how this is, people are thinking, why can't we rein something in that a lot of people, including the Supreme Court, think is out of line? And it's actually happening here, just like with the SEPTA thing, to rein in not prosecuting. I mean, that's what Larry Krasner has been even attacked nationwide on. That's what he tries to do.
Right. And our SEPTA prosecutor and now our mass transit prosecutor, we are very busy. I mean, we have filed murder charges, attempted murder, robberies, theft cases of large amounts of property from SEPTA. And so we are actively collaborating with SEPTA police and working every day. I mean, we have 35 open cases right now that we are prosecuting out of SEPTA. And so, I take my role very, very seriously. And to your point earlier, my job as Attorney General is to enforce the law. And, I'm not a legislator, and I'm here to get the job done when it's given to me.
Well, absolutely. I didn't know that. I wish the media would report that. I'm glad you're on today to report that 35 open cases. And what is the argument? Why would you take over that it was not prosecuted at all, or it's under prosecuted, if you will?
So what happens is my prosecutor works hand in hand and collaborates with SEPTA police. And so when there is an incident that occurs, like a crime of violence, something of that nature, we talk to each other, we work together, and we share resources. And if it's the type of case that looks like that would be, a good one for the AG's office to handle, meaning, a serious crime of violence, a homicide, something of that nature, then we immediately step in and we prosecute the case. And so obviously there's a resource capacity issues from SEPTA, and we're here to provide that additional support so that victims, that they're taken care of, and that these crimes don't go without some type of accountability.
Has anything happened on the Krasner front? I guess we would have heard about it. I mean, this is just recent, right? So there's been nothing that's happened as far as you stepping in or reviewing any case at this point.
Well, what I can say is, because, I mean, this ruling is so recent.
Yes.
I mean, we're like a week into this. And so my office is now and always reviews these cases to the extent we can. I will tell you that at this point, we have not officially intervened, but I have no doubt that we probably will be in the near future.
Aha. Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for that heads up on it. Now, an area where, and again, you are one of the most accomplished guys we bring on. I'm a guy who dropped out of law school, but it rubbed me the wrong way, and it was a tough situation with Governor Josh Shapiro and getting the over $1 million addition to his home. We want him to be secure. We put $33 million, I think, into the residence. This was just done, though, outside the lines. Why then step in this one case and say we're going to move forward on this payment on this, that this is okay?
So by way of background, to begin with, we didn't step in on anything. And so to start with, the Attorney General, so again, my role is to enforce the law. It's whether I like the law or I don't like the law. Mm-hmm. And at no point did we ever authorize this work to be done or anything of that nature. I put out a memo explaining the situation, and I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to review it or not, but you should really take a look at it, because what we did, we made it very clear that the treasurer made the right call. And it's important for people to understand that the decision the treasurer was making is a completely different decision than I had to make. So what we have here, we have contractors, construction workers, who by no fault of their own entered into a contract in good faith with the Pennsylvania State Police. After they entered into that contract, they completed all of the work that they were contracted to complete. And so the question very simply at this point is, you have a potential contractor dispute. And so my choices were either authorize settling that dispute now, or having a court do it for us, where we would have to pay even more money to include interest, attorney fees, costs that could take us well over $100,000, if not more. And that's very simply what this was. I made it very clear in my memo to the governor, and we released this publicly for transparency purposes, that we agreed with the decision the treasurer made, because she had a different decision to make than us. And at the same time, I made it very clear that this is not the process by which these things should be handled, and that there must be a legislative fix to close this loophole and make sure that moving forward, not only are elected officials protected, because I will tell you firsthand, and I won't share details, that it is a very, very dangerous world out there. And if we can't protect our public officials, then we are not going to have people even stepping up to go into these jobs. And so that is unbelievably important. And so at the same time, I think that we need to acknowledge that we need to update our procurement process that would have never envisioned a situation like this. And just for the record, at no point did I authorize anything. We got it after the fact, and did
right,
we
I know
to
that.
save taxpayer dollars.
Could I ask, though, I think it's pretty clear what you were supposed to do. Am I wrong about that, that they should have gone through the treasurer's office? Is that not the case? Or is the argument, well, who should they have gone through?
So here's how, So what happens is, everything that is paid from the Commonwealth to a vendor, the check goes to the treasurer to sign.
Right.
And there are many instances where a treasurer, for whatever reason, maybe they won't sign that check. And there could be a gazillion, that's not a legal term, but it could be a gazillion different legitimate legal reasons why a treasurer may say, I'm not going to sign this. What happens at that point is there is now a conflict because you have a contractor who did the work and is waiting to get paid. That then comes for a settlement to the Attorney General. And so we then have to determine what is the most, how do we save taxpayer dollars at this point? And this is something that's been going on since our first elected Attorney General, Leroy Zimmerman, over 3 decades ago. And so so those are two different legal analyses that occurred. Okay. And so that's why what the treasurer did was lawful and appropriate. And it's also why what the Attorney General did was lawful and appropriate to save taxpayer dollars.
Can I ask Attorney General Dave Sunday with us, did they do it by the book with the $33 million, whatever it is, for the residents? Did they rush that and not do it? Was that done in the manner that it should be done?
So with regard to the money for the governor's residents, they did. They went through the appropriations process. They reached out to the legislature. And so for the 30, I think it might have been, and don't quote me on the number, like 33 million, I believe is what it may have been.
I think that's what I've heard, yes.
They went through the legislature to do that. And as outlined in my memo that we put together explaining this, a portion of that was then used for security upgrades at the recommendation of the Pennsylvania State Police on his personal home. That is where we, and again, I would direct you to our memo on this, our memorandum.
Okay.
But that's where we made a point to highlight that we did not feel like that was the appropriate way to handle that. But at the end of the day, the work has already been completed. And my task now as the law officer for the state is to figure out how to handle that contract and not accrue additional costs to taxpayers.
Okay. I'm so glad you came on to explain this. One other area, too. You have been the go-to that I look to on fraud, particularly Medicaid fraud in this front, arguably doing as well as anybody in the country. Your focus on that has been relentless. How's that going?
Well, I appreciate the question. So we are number one in the country for the amount of criminal convictions for Medicaid fraud. And so, and this was in 2025. So, I'm proud to say that we are leading the entire country in the amount of criminal convictions for Medicaid fraud. At the same time, obviously, I'm not happy that there's that much Medicaid fraud for us to be working on. But we are, aggressively investigating and prosecuting these cases. And I think it's important to recognize the conviction part of that assessment, meaning we're not just like charging people and doing, we're convicting people. And that is unbelievably important because the convictions allow us to seek restitution to the Commonwealth from these defendants. And you can't seek that unless you get a conviction. And so these are really important cases. I mean, and I will tell you that I'm very proud of the work of this office. I'm the guy that gets to talk to you about it, Dom, but this work is being done by investigators and hardworking prosecutors every single day in here. We treat Medicaid fraud as a public health issue. We don't treat it just as a financial crime. And that's really important because when these individuals aren't receiving the services that they should be, then it can cause injury or death. So this is very serious. We take it so, and I'm very proud of the work that we've done and are continuing to do.
We absolutely are, and you should know this is a major area of focus for listeners. That's why I ask you every time you're on. Thank you for making the time today. Where do we go to find out all the things the Attorney General's office is doing?
I mean, go to our website, look at all of our press releases. That's attorneygeneral.gov. And we are very active. We are doing things every single day. And I just want to say, Dom, I really appreciate you exploring all of these issues with me. I think that when we're in a position to communicate and talk about even complex issues, it allows the citizenry to have a better understanding of the functions of government, which I think is absolutely crucial to a democracy.
Absolutely. Attorney General, thank you very, very much. Can hardly wait to talk again soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, there's Dave Sunday on Talk Radio 1210. You heard his explanation around the Josh Shapiro thing and kind of in the area he got placed. Again, Josh Shapiro, the state police. I just wonder, I didn't want to put it in the middle of that. Do they use any of this security stuff with those couple who just want their own land? By the way, I have a cut of Josh Shapiro coming up, talking about the Democrat Party as a party of freedom. Phone lines to get in, 855-839-1210. Thanks to Henry for getting the AG on, because he is in the center of most things in Pennsylvania, and we're grateful each chance we have to get him on. You heard what he said about Krasner. Remember the SEPTA thing? I didn't know that. 35 cases they're prosecuting. I heard somebody, too, on a local show say, well, this is going to clip the wings of Krasner when it comes to running against Sherelle Parker. I differ with that. He will tell the mob they're trying to silence the one champion out there who wants to overturn all these convictions. You heard what he just said that Krasner was doing? And if he had his way along this path, at some point he would get Mumia Abu-Jamal out. You know it, and I know it. Right now, though, Henry takes over. It is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, I'm still exhausted from yesterday where we had a guest, 2 people. Today it might be only 1. We are playing for a copy of Scott Jennings' book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization. Henry?
Yeah, Dom, we are only guessing one person today.
All right, there you go. Yeah.
Do you remember when we used to sing sha-la la 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 ti da?
I think I did. How about you, Kirk?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
At least you remember when Van Morrison did it on his track Brown Eyed Girl.
Yes.
So I'm gonna bring you that nostalgic track of, reminiscing on the past. I'm gonna bring you that today. Done by, I guess you could say, a nostalgic artist of sorts. A country music artist from the 90s who actually, at one point, was the opening act for one of yesterday's answers, Reba McEntire. A lot of people are nostalgic for the 90s, partially maybe because of the hair. And this guy did have some very unique hair in the 90s, sporting a very, very accomplished mullet. And then,
which you may have accomplished in the past.
I have, yes. I would say maybe not as good as this guy's, but he's definitely got the hair phenotype for it. I'll say that much. But maybe some '90s country music listeners are nostalgic for this person, as well as some kids who grew up in the 2000s, as this person, just like Reba, actually starred in a sitcom in the 2000s. So maybe a lot of 90s, 2000s people are nostalgic for this person covering Brown Eyed Girl. I want to know who it is here. Who is this country music star who's nostalgic for the 90s and the 2000s? I want to know who this is right here. Are you nostalgic for this 90s country music singer turned TV sitcom dad in the 2000s? I want to know who it is.
All right. It was Barry Manilow yesterday, too. I was way off on that. Okay. 855-839-1210. Hit us with that. You get a copy of the great Scott Jennings book and the belt for today. Jump in, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle. Oh, this robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph, or visit mcculloughsautorepair.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-535-1582. 800-535-1582. Again, that's 800-535-1582.
When their world isn't safe, they need someone to notice, to wonder and worry, to be their voice. If you suspect child abuse in any way, report it. You can be their hero. Your call can change their world.
Report suspected abuse by calling 1-800-932-0313 or visit keepkidsafe.pa.gov for more information. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money. That is absolutely right. Let's hear the clue. All righty, let's try Terry in Cherry Hill. Terry's in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Terry, good afternoon. What's your answer today?
Is it Billy Ray Cyrus?
Yes, it is. All right. Yes, that is still the first mullet, Henry, that I think of is Billy Ray Cyrus. Yours is the second over at the Grand Hotel. I think that was spectacular around that. Who's second place in all-time mullets?
All time?
Yeah, Billy Ray
man.
Cyrus is the first one I think, that's famous. That
Kruk?
Oh, my God, that's right.
He's got to be up there.
Oh, my God, how ghastly that was. Oh, so why did you make a Moet choice then?
You know what? I was at an age, like whatever it was, like 24,
Okay.
25, where I just felt if I didn't do it now, I would never do it in life. And I wanted to see just how long I could grow out my hair.
Okay.
And that's what I did.
Fair enough. All right, 855-839-1210. We have a winner copy of the Scott Jennings book. All right, side question going on here. We'll get a winner today for a copy of Jennings' book for the week. I know only 2 days, but sometimes in the summer you have a good shot at that. So jump in now, 855-839-1210. Now, we just heard from Dave Sunday. And again, I wanted to commend Henry. Just take you behind the curtains here. And Dave Sunday's a good guy doing great work there, but getting him on is not as easy as you think. He is intensely involved in the day-to-day stuff. And you heard what he said there. I got to say that I commend the Supreme Court, particularly Johnny Doc's brother, Kevin, going after Krasner and actually taking effective action on him. Now, you would think any reasonable person would say, I can't vote for this guy for DA or mayor, given the Democrat 5-2 and some of them progressive Supreme Court just put a ankle bracelet on Larry Krasner here when he wants to go into the tank. That's what he was doing. Yeah, I see your appeal on that. You murdered 16 people 40 years ago. Yeah, prosecutor's rotten. You're out. You get out of jail. That's big stuff. And they handed it off to a guy who's relentless in Dave Sunday. How do you think that's going to go? And you heard in the interview, he sort of alluded to maybe something imminent coming up. Then we learned 35 cases with SEPTA because they don't trust Larry Krasner on this. And then on the Shapiro thing, I understand his point. I'm still on the other side, though. The state police, this guy, Shapiro, relentless. Here is, in fact, Governor Shapiro, Henry, this is cut 2, telling us his new shtick. The Democrat Party is the party of freedom. And listen what he adds. He always tells you if you want an abortion, if you're trans and you want to mess up female sports, if you want to marry, you can marry who you love and all this stuff. He's there. He's added something new to it. Listen to what he's added that's new in this Freedom Party, the Democrat Party, the party of freedom.
I think Democrats are the party of real freedom that allows women to make decisions over their own bodies, allows parents like me and my wife Lori to make decisions over what vaccines our kids are going to be able to get, that they can read the books that they want to read, not have certain one banned by certain politicians. The point I'm making here is that we can be a pro-freedom party and a pro-growth party, a pro-safety party, a pro-education party. That is what we're doing in Pennsylvania. We're winning in Pennsylvania, in the toughest state in the country to win in, and that is what I think we need to see more of, not just in our party, but all across America.
I have to say, from my initial flyby on this with Shapiro, I don't think he's saying you can get vaccine or not get vaccine. I think he's saying somehow or another, because of Kennedy, you can't get vaccines. And I'm there fighting for your freedom to get vaccines. That's where this maniac is going. You realize how dangerous this guy is? I can't emphasize it enough. And you'll see when all the dirt settles, if he wins the governor's race here, thank you, Brian Fitzpatrick, that we will see his opportunity to carve out a lane. Watch how he carves this. I think that's what he's saying there. I don't think he's saying we're the party of freedom. You don't want to take 15 vaccines like in Jersey. You don't think that's helpful for your child. No. I think he's telling us somehow or another vaccines are being prevented from coming to you in Pennsylvania, and he's fighting for your freedom to get those vaccines. This guy is beyond a piece of work. He truly is. So, again, Dave Sunday in the heart of the action. Does all this hurt Larry Krasner? No, Larry Krasner is going to portray himself to the rabble in Philadelphia that wants to vote for him as the champion. Now he's fighting this Dave Sunday. Now he's fighting all these racists out there like Kevin Doherty in the Supreme Court who are trying to prevent him from bringing safety to Philadelphia. Think about it. You bring safety to Philadelphia by letting out of jail people who have committed despicable crimes and saying the prosecutors were wrong. That's how we bring safety to Philadelphia. Which part? He starts all the time. Which part don't you like? The safety, the fairness? My God. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Grab a line. Let's get the winner. All-time nostalgia. Something, and by the way, Henry, the tram car went by as we were talking. Oh, man. The pickup truck won, not the other one.
Yeah, tough look. Right?
Yeah, Ro and I might be taking a tram car to miniature golf. That's what she wanted to do here. And I got to say, even if it's late or not, if it's the truck one, I can't get on board. I don't even want to drive that one if they ever let me again. I got to drive the other one.
Oh, come on.
Oh, you want to be there for the driving? Okay.
Yeah. See,
all right.
Yeah, see if you can operate the tram car with 2 feet.
Well, I know Mayor Ernie probably would, but you know who I knew would if he still were mayor? The mayor of North Wildwood, after he tells us it's fine to swim with the sharks.
It's our decision.
Oh, my God. But when he said 10 feet out, you're in the wilderness, I'll never forget my face in the line. I couldn't even continue with Linda Kearns on that one. That was just unbelievable. We're debating whether the topic of debate the next Mulligan should be Ginny in Forrest Gump is a villain. Would you say a villain, Henry, or what word do you want to use for it?
Certainly not. Certainly not a hero. Yeah, you know what? I'll say it. She's a villain.
Oh,
he's got my vote.
Oh my God! All right, I may have to tag in Linda
spot.
Kearns to debate this one. Yet Linda Kearns is so strange on this stuff. She may agree that Ginny's a villain.
Forrest, I ignored you for 30 years. But anyway, here's your kid. I'm dying. Goodbye.
Oh my God! Oh, she didn't ignore him. Come on, that's. Oh, you're really going to be boundaries. This is worse than the mayor. You're worse than Linda Kearns. God only knows what the mayor of North Wildwood would say. That Ginny, she can't come to North Wildwood.
God only knows what the governor of Alabama would think.
Oh, that's right. Yes. All right, I'm marking that one down. You're going to hear that one more in the future. It's gold, Jerry. It's gold. Hey, low testosterone doesn't just affect libido. It can quietly drain energy, endurance, and confidence before most men realize what's happening. You start feeling it everywhere, in the gym, on the stairs, even how you move through the day. That's why Rescue has created 2 powerful formulas for ultimate male vitality, both available this Men's Health Month as buy one, get 2 more completely free. Prime RX promotes healthy testosterone levels, stamina, strength, and focus, while ActiveFlex supports flexible joints and muscle recovery as movement and performance feel natural again. Go to res-q.com and use that code FEELSTRONG to buy 1 bottle of Prime RX or ActiveFlex and get 2 more free. Or call a product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Move stronger, recover faster, shop online, and get your 2 free bottles at res-q.com. Use that code FEELSTRONG.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not.
The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Weather, sponsored by 8Choice.
The forecast remains unsettled heading through the afternoon. It'll be mostly cloudy with showers at times with a high 76. For tonight, clearing skies becoming less humid, low 64 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And for Wednesday, a mixture of sunshine and clouds. It'll be warmer but not humid with a high 86.
Planning for surgery or medical procedure and need help while recovering at home? 8Choice lets anyone book short-term help through licensed home care agencies by the hour. Help with meals, errands, light housekeeping, and more. Download the app or visit 8choice.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano. You know, we often say you can never have enough women, Henry, in high heels and guys with no necks. But you certainly can always have too many lawyers, right? So we have really here 3 lawyers, Linda Kearns, Guy Shiraki on the line to update us on something, and, of course, unofficially, me. So let's go let's go to Linda Kearns on Talk Radio 1210. Well, Linda, how are you today?
I'm good. I'm in my car. Can you hear me okay? I didn't know you were going to put me on the air.
Oh, yeah, of course, Linda. So, you know, which side would you be on? That Ginny in Forrest Gump is a villain, he actually said.
Absolutely. These women can't get pregnant and then leave and not tell the dads and try to raise these kids on their own. The dad is just as much right as the mom. They're just as important. So, yes, Ginny's the villain. Sign me up.
Well, wait a minute, though. She didn't leave. Wait a minute. You're rewriting it just like Jaws. She took care of the kid. She had the child. She died. That's why she left the two of you. Are you kidding me?
She didn't tell him he was a dad until that kid was like 5 years old or 6 years old. Why didn't she tell him right away?
Well, I don't know about testing back then. It was the 60s and all. It was a turbulent time.
Now you're making up facts, Dom. And by the way, I heard you say that you're a lawyer. You did not pass the bar exam, Dom. When are you going to understand that?
I'm expecting. Dave Sunday's working on a memorandum he kept on talking about to make me a lawyer.
Really? Oh, can I get my vote back then? Maybe I shouldn't have voted for him if that's what I
Well, thank you, Linda. Glad you enjoyed the Elvis thing, too. I told Ro. And, again, glad it has a place of honor in your Elvis Hall of Fame.
It absolutely does, and I look forward to the next debate. So have Henry let me know when the next Mulligan's Day is.
Okay, we will. We're working on that. Thank you, Linda. Oh, my God. Guy Shiraki's with us on Zoom, youtube.com/1210WPHT. And Guy, as a lawyer here, we invite you to the next Mulligan's. It's a floating date. I don't have the date yet. But are you in the camp that Ginny is a villain?
It's Jenny, Dom.
Jenny, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know about Jenny, but Jenny. So I think I have a different take. I shared this with Henry. I think Jenny is a tragic figure. She had a tough upbringing. She went off, made a bunch of bad mistakes, and in the end dies of AIDS. She's a tragic figure. I don't think she's a hero, but I don't think she's a villain. She's a tragic figure. We see them all the time in movies and books.
Yeah, I mean, the father molested her, raped her, and again, we're going to make her into a villain. Oh, my goodness.
No.
Well, I'll let Henry save his fodder for that. Linda Kearns, I'm glad you'll be there, Guy, hopefully when we have that date, because it was shocking to me to hear the mayor of North Wildwood say, you're on your own with sharks once you get past 10 feet in the water.
Well, that's why I'm glad I'm safely ensconced every summer of my life in Ocean City, New Jersey, where they protect us from sharks and hooligans.
Okay. So, Guy, nice work, and you introduced us to Bill Griffin, who was on today, and I think would be an outstanding candidate, particularly against this Gallagher guy. And you were my source, too, as the vote went down yesterday, saying these two Republicans, Tomlinson and No Hogan's hero Joe Hogan, voted with the Democrats to push this through, and people ought to be aware of that. Anybody that votes against school choice, against this, under whatever fiction they make up, I put them down in the column. They have to redeem themselves, or we need to primary then. Jeff Yass, who's the biggest proponent of school choice, that's his proviso, and I agree with it. Guy, what would propel these two to allow them to say bipartisan, and also this Nikki Rivera, the author of the bill, to make it that this this program of choice for kids who are lower middle class, many of them, is something we ought to be monitoring? Transparency. Is it effective as they spend billions and billions of dollars on the Harrisburg schools? Only 11% are proficient there. In Philadelphia, it's close to zero.
Yeah, it's almost, I don't know where to begin. So let's just pick a few things. One is remind the listeners, the education tax credit is simply a taxpayers, small businesses, big businesses, everything from Comcast to everyone listening. It gives us the ability to donate to a nonprofit scholarship organization that gives money to families that are poor and working class who qualify based upon income levels established by the legislature. Accountable, successful programs. It's very easy. The Cherokee family donates $1,000 and little Mary Smith gets a scholarship, gets assistance because her family is middle class, working class, or poor. She gets a scholarship to go to a school. You talk about accountability. It's accountable to the donor. It's accountable to the scholarship organization. It's accountable to the school. It's accountable to mom and dad. If mom and dad don't like the school they've picked, they can withdraw their child in the middle of the day and send them back to the public school. Talk about accountability. Everybody involved. The donor has to list it on their tax returns. The organization has to list it as income. The school family has to indicate that they've received it. As compared to public education, where in Pennsylvania we're spending $41 billion with a B dollars, and there's no accountability. If a school produces no one who can read and write, no one's accountable. If the school has rats running in the halls, accountability thing is one of the most, I would laugh if I wasn't so upset at the turning the world upside down. There's total accountability in education tax credits. There's total accountability in the program. Taxpayers get their value, parents get their value, schools get their value, the workforce gets its value. And as to people who disagree, look, we're Catholic, you can sin and repent. Well, they're going to have a chance to repent because the House Democrats, having beaten up and tried to cripple the scholarship program, next on their list is charter schools. They're going to try and cut the funding to charter schools by 55%. So we're calling on all Republicans and all Democrats of goodwill to come to the aid let's try to ram that bill through next week.
Let me
if our
ask
friends
you,
come
Guy,
back.
to put a button on it, though, these two Republicans, so one of them I think you think is they were going all out to try to defeat. Do they think the PSEA will ease up or something on them, particularly Hogan, if they voted this way?
Well, the PSEA has supported in one of the closest races, and Hogan, I just think he needs to rethink this. I think that as the program has evolved, that he hasn't been kept up to date. So I'm not giving anybody a pass. But we're going to take another shot at him and explaining to him how that there's no taxpayer money involved. And look, you and I share a passion for this, and so I'm going to keep fighting, because I don't know that it'll become law this year, but I know it's something the Democrats are going to come back and do next year. And more importantly, they're going to try and regulate it to death this year. It's something that Shapiro and Bradford want to do with all this accountability and testing and all this other stuff. At the end of the day, Dom, it comes down to this. This is really simple. They're opposed to this plan because it works. They're opposed to this plan. $15 million tax credit. It's grown to $650 million because of parent demand. There are 80,000 kids on the waiting list. The teachers union and the Democrats are upset because it works. That's the reason they keep coming back. And they try to take away the money, and they try to put limits, and they try to kick out the folks whose parents. Now they're going to try and regulate it to death with paperwork. We've got to fight them each and every step of the way. And I invite Republicans to come back, all Republicans, but also the Democrats. The Democrats in Philadelphia. The Democrats in Philadelphia would support this. To me, is mind-boggling that Pat Gallagher and Sean Doherty up in Northeast Philly sit in the shadows of Ryan and Judge versus the alternative at Lincoln High School is stunning to me. How the folks in the Black Caucus whose parents are begging, they're sitting on waiting lists for charter schools, they're on waiting lists for scholarships. The Children's Scholarship Fund gets so many applicants that Keisha Jordan, their CEO, has to hold a lottery to. How you could be against giving parents choice is unbelievable to me. And the final point I might make is this is not a Catholic thing. It is for all schools. We work with a lot of the Jewish schools. This impacts 2/3 of the Jewish day schools, including the school where the governor sends his children.
There you go. There you go.
2/3 of the students in those schools, 20% of whom are among the poorest Pennsylvanians in the state. This is everybody's fight. This program works. That's why they hate it.
Absolutely. Guy, great week. Thank you so much. Do you know what you're writing next week at this point?
Yes. I'm writing about the World Cup. Contrary to all of the stories leading up of telling us how the world wasn't coming. They didn't want to come to Donald Trump's America. They were canceling flights, canceling hotel rooms. On the contrary, they've come here in droves. And guess what? They love America. They love Wawa. They love Buc-ee's. They love our ranch dressing. They love us. They're singing Country Road, Take Me Home. The World Cup was a gift to America's 250th birthday. The world has told us that they love America, and that's their gift back to us. And I thought it was important that we note that. So Absolutely. I wrote about it. It's our celebration, but it's the world, a nation of immigrants, has people around the world telling us the wonders of America. It's something all of us needed to hear.
Thank you, Guy. Thanks for a great week, even though only 2 days. Now get out there and make the other 3 days. Do something bigger. Thank you, Guy, very much. It's been
going to go see Barry Manilow Thursday night.
Oh,
I'll let you know how that goes.
We'll need a full report. Maybe he'll be a villain in Henry and Linda Kern's world at some point. Thank you, Guy.
Take care. Take care.
I am just sitting here stunned. We definitely are doing this the next Mulligans. Johnny, get ready. I need busloads of people to come in. And Henry knows no boundaries. A villain. I'm going to excuse that. We're going to have to come up with another word, right, Henry? Or was that?
She's not like an anti-hero, I don't think, because I don't see her as redeemable.
Oh, boy. My goodness.
Look, I understand. She had a rough go around to start. You can't change after that. Like, the guy was saying, like, oh, she's, a tragic figure. Yeah, in a sense, but, like, didn't have to keep being one.
Okay. I think this is good. If I can't hold my own on this, then I'm giving up. I'm giving up. The world is going crazy. And I'm bringing back the mayor of North Wildwood on this. He'll have a unique tape. All right. Lightning round next, 855-839-1210. Let's get a winner.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
The June heat is here and Philadelphia humidity is officially on the rise. Don't wait for the AC to start working overtime to realize the windows are failing. Call Window Nation now. During the June sale, buy 4 windows and get 4 free. That's right. Upgrade the entire house and get half of those windows absolutely free. Plus, get started with 0 down and no payments or interest for 2 full years. The experts at Window Nation provide a weather-tight seal in just 1 day or less. Beat the heat and save big on those utility bills. Schedule your fast, free consultation today at windownation.com.
See website for details. BillsHappen.com is not a lender. It does not make credit decisions. Must be 18 years old. Not available in all states.
Honey, everything is so expensive, and our bills are piling up.
You're telling me credit cards are maxed out, rent is due, and the car payment's right around the corner? We need some extra cash.
We should do what my friend from work did. She went to BillsHappen.com and got the money she needed the next day.
Our credit is not great. Are you sure that would work for us?
BillsHappen.com is one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with all credit types get up to $5,000.
Sounds like it's going to be a hassle.
My friend said it was super easy. She did it right from her phone during her lunch break.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan for up to $5,000, and your cash can hit your bank account the next day. BillsHappen.com's lenders have millions of dollars to lend, regardless of your credit history.
Guess what? I went to BillsHappen.com, and we're getting our money tomorrow.
Wow, that's fast. Problem solved.
If you need extra cash, go to BillsHappen.com. That's BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Absolutely. Side question, nostalgia is something they shouldn't have changed. Let's go back to ancient Greece with Xenos and Upper Darby. Hey, Xenos, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom, Chow, Yasu, and pretty soon be Merry Christmas. You know what? I'm going to go straight to the side question. It has to do about one block. It's down here at 69th Street. It was so nostalgic when I moved here. We had J.C. Penney's, Sears, Gimbel's, other stores. It was so great. It was just great, Dom. Now, it's so bad now, even the tumbleweeds don't come around no more.
All right, thank you, Xenos. Yeah,
and that's it, Dom.
Thank you. 69th Street was destination. Well, when you have that mayor that wouldn't recognize Christmas on the calendar, that might be a problem. Joe in Exton. The Exton Mall. Joe, did you know the Exton Mall was closing?
No, I didn't know that. But anyway, my story of nostalgia is the following. You're in public somewhere, in a department store, for example, and a person in your vicinity sneezes. Ordinarily, you would respond with the words, "God bless you." Well, that practice is no longer performed.
That is a good one. I would see you one and say, "You're welcome" is less performed. It's like, no problem. Something like that.
Exactly. Well, you say people say, like, I feel like people say bless you. I don't know if they say God bless you, though.
Yeah, that might. You're so good looking. Yes, you can always do that. Yeah. Mike in Hamilton. Mike, what's yours?
Dom, I graduated high school at the height of the muscle car era, when we had GTOs, 442s, 396 Chevelles, Corvettes, running around, going to back roads and facing off mano a mano, and all accompanied by the best music era, the rock era, including the British invasion.
I would agree. The rock music of that time, many experts say yes to that. All right, we're just about out of time here. So, Kirk, who did you like today?
I'm going to go with Michael from Wilmington with the cereal boxes and its prices.
That was a great call.
Yep.
Yes.
Henry, what did you like?
I really liked Michael's call as well. I liked Robert Ben Salem's answer of pools, and I liked Mike and Hamilton's right there, the muscle car races. Definitely don't
that
have
was
those
good,
anymore.
too. Yeah, and Robert hoofing it, trying to jump into the pool, and they're coming after him.
Yeah.
It was pretty good. Let's go with let's go with Michael of Hamilton, Wilmington. Yes,
Michael Wilmington. Okay.
All right, let's put him into the hat. It's a small hat today. Only 2 days.
Yeah, only 2 days. So yesterday Lance South Philly won with the topic of friends. He said Forrest Gump and Bubba. And Michael Wilmington won with cereal box prize. He put them into the hat. Get a drum roll, please.
Mini drum roll.
It's number 2, Michael and Wilmington, this week's winner.
Nice.
All right, Michael and Wilmington, you get a copy of Scott Jennings' book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization. All right, thanks for listening these 2 days. I'm off for 3 days down here, sunny tomorrow. Oh, boy, what's it going to be like when I get out of here? And we'll be back on Monday ready to go with great people sitting in. The afternoon show is next. You can follow me on Twitter, though. A lot to put out there. Thanks to Henry getting Dave Sunday on. Thanks to Kirk, all the great work he does behind the scenes.
Absolutely.
It is a great team effort, and hopefully we bring you every day something different, something you're not hearing anywhere else. And these two weasel Republicans, I don't want to hear about any more strategy of thinking Joe not a Hogan hero. You're wrong, buddy. Repent and vote the right way on the charter schools. Dom Giordano Show, noon until 3. You're listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.